Hi, Twitch.
Hi, Twitch.
All right, immediately, everyone roll initiative.
Hey,
Abby jumped the gun and saying hi to Twitch. There's 97 Black Rose members, all with their weapons ready. No, I'm just kidding.
Yep. So I'm going to roll for nope.
You may roll for nope all you like. Again, the dice don't always define the narrative. That being
going
said,
to roll to nope.
Everyone's more or less currently in the Firewall Inn. Make sure you're transitioning to the one-shot in bold text wherever you might be. If you are in Shroudlight, there has been a general sort of alarm struck within the group concerning the issues of last night. That there was a large show of force for the second time. However, again, no one... Well, some characters may have walked towards that line of getting into combat, whether it be with the Black Rose or with one another. No one has gotten there. So we then fast forward slightly from the events of last night to Winter and Mistra and a few others, kind of urging the issue to meet, to talk where there are potentially less ears. You guys were currently planning what it exactly was and how you were going to do that, and that is where we pick up. The DM steps away.
So, to my understanding, the girls were rather raucously deciding that they were going to have a girls' night with Winter. And to my understanding, she's grabbed most of the female characters, and we're all on our way out of the tavern. Am I right?
Yep, that's yep.
What? We're going outside of the city, right?
Yeah, we're going to the northern side of the city.
Mistra might have forgotten Barese was sitting at the bar.
No, that's fine. That's fine actually, because Winter and Versailles had actually had sort of a previous conversation in Ancient Celestial between the two of them, and Versailles, as far as I remember, basically said, just signal me when you're ready to go. So Winter being
regular
Winter,
Celestial, she doesn't know Ancient.
Oh, okay, so in regular Celestial. Winter being Winter basically was like, okay, ladies, it's time to go have a ladies' night. Let's go. Come on, let's go.
That also being said, as Winter's probably the first person through the door, you note the sun is setting on the horizon. It's much more manageable of time. It is currently 5:42 here on the East Coast. That is the time that it is currently in game. Everything that happens in game today is in real time. So understand that the sun is setting, the temperature is dropping, albeit not rapidly, but it's much more comfortable than if we did this at noon.
Just real quick,
that would be really
as the
tough.
first group leaves, there was a couple of shady characters sitting in the tavern. They seem to be watching the ladies as they all go.
Give me a perception.
Someone please roll for me.
Kimmel,
Huggles, are you in as DM or Epi?
I am.
You guys are going to be handling rolling for people that are not able to roll right now. So one of you decides who's doing
Okay.
it, and you roll.
We
I've
split
got
them.
Aaron.
Okay, we split them.
Okay. Aaron's perception.
Thank you.
That's performance. Kimmel's also going to take a look because he's Kimmel.
And Aaron rolled for Aaron. You don't really notice anything. I mean, you kind of look up as the ladies leave yourself, and you just watch Winter as she walks, and it's so sweet. Kimmel on a 17.
Squirrel.
It's those nice silks, sweetheart.
On a
Everybody loves them.
Yeah. On a 17, give me a follow-up investigation. You can't. I mean, they definitely watch. Yeah, Firefly. To your question, you can type. I'll narrate it for you, knowing that the computer lab is currently packed for you. So they definitely watch them leave. But then again, most of the heads in the bars turn when they get up to leave because, again, as it's pretty obvious, you guys are making a name for yourself. Whether it be just amongst the common people, whether it be Sefri healing the poor, or you guys returning from places no one else returns from, people have taken note of your presence. You can't tell anything if they're specifically watching them or are they just looking up at the noise, however.
Okay. Well, Kimmel's at best slightly paranoid. So he'll probably think it's more that they're following the ladies rather than...
Okay.
So...
And they're following the group.
They haven't left. They're sitting at the tables enjoying the
Oh, they've
drinks.
left. Okay. Kimmel's probably gonna sit and stay for a little bit longer, just to see if they do anything.
Okay. So all the ladies have left, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Because it's ladies' night.
That being said, the other characters that are involved here that are male are Aaron, Crom, and Kimmel, correct?
I believe
Ace
it's
is
Max.
there, but he won't be following.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, ladies, where are you heading?
I was actually kind of hoping that we'd have a map of the city, but
You've also been here nearly a week.
yeah. Specifically, Winter wanted to go to the northern side of the city, if only because the group that's following up, or actually even the ladies group, she wants to make it look like there are two groups going out, because there's two groups going, like there's two of those remaining ruins that we need to go in and go to, right? So it's basically making it look like, well,
there's three. Three.
Yeah, there are three, but there's two sort of in the northern, on the northern face of the city. So she's basically trying to make them think, well, they may be saying they're going on a ladies' night, but maybe they're actually going to, to one of those ruins. Basically, doing stuff to deliberately keep the Black Rose on their toes, right, and sort of deliberately mislead them.
So, as the ladies group heads off to the north, I mean, again, using the sun and just general knowledge, you guys can easily pick out which way is north without rolling survival. That being said, all of the ladies, as you're walking through the tight streets, again, the city is becoming more lively at this point. It's easier to sort of, if you wanted to, get lost in a crowd. You know, within reason. I mean, you're still generally all dressed as you are. Relatively easier to pick out than the common man. Go ahead and all the ladies, please give me a perception check.
Oh, I forgot I had Maddie.
Oh, I suppose I will actually have to roll for Sefre as well. Come here, Sefre. Oh, nice. Wait, Sindle's there?
No, it's not Sindel, it's Navi.
Ah, Navi. Okay. Not medicine, not insight.
Can you go to your cogwheel, Uggles, and put the name, show name on rolls? For Navi, please. Just so I can keep track.
Oh, yeah.
Makes it 100 times easier for me.
Can I do so with advantage?
You
For
cannot,
Sefre?
because again,
Damn it.
she's probably still a little bit rattled, I would say.
Yeah,
from the
just a
issues.
little bit.
And I'll do that for Firefly as well.
Where is it on the cog?
I will tell you in a second because I'm doing it for Firefly. You go to character sheet, go to the cog, NPC.
Yeah.
It shows add character name to templates. And
Oh, yeah.
On,
Done
and
it.
then it will show me your names for which characters you're rolling on. All right. That being said, Mistra Winter, you're more scanning the crowds. As life's picking up. There's a lot of hands, a lot of movement in between. You're kind of, still on your guard. However, Navi, you drift your gaze up towards the upper level of buildings, towards the roofs. Most buildings are at least 2-story here. You see someone that seems to be almost hunched down watching your group. As you kind of try to avert your gaze, he then vanishes unceremoniously behind what seems to be a column.
She'll touch her green pearl.
Mm-hmm. Who here has the green pearl? Ileana? Is the only...
Ace.
Ace is back in the bar.
Free.
Hold on, I can pull it up. Currently, the people that have the green pearl are Crystal, Roland, Nancy, Bogle, Perrin, Andulia, Ileana, Clay, Elliot, Aska, Kara, Aragar, Draven, Sefri, Fleur, Nava, Temnayuth and Tanayuth, Max and Ace, Q, Zoe, Griffin, and Iasa. So, of the Penrith crew that are currently here, so yeah, Sefri,
Did you
Max
mention
and
Ember?
Ace.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. So Sefre, Max, and Ace, Aska, and Ileana, and Bogle.
Okay.
So those 5 people are all on
all
that
here.
green pearl. Yeah.
So sleight of hand if you're trying to be sneaky about it.
I mean, she'll try, but she's not going to be very good at that. She basically
She
clapped her hand
tugs
on
her
the side of her head.
here,
It seems we're being followed. I don't know if you expected that.
Sefre will actually try a sleight of hand to not be seen as she's responding. An 11. Firefly would like to try a sleight of hand to respond as well.
Yeah, go ahead,
but
Firefly.
Sefre basically will. Yeah, both Ileana and Sefre got the same there. Sefre basically says, "I know we're still being watched. I'm just assuming that we're being watched all the time."
Like, Navi's got a bit of a frown on her face, but she doesn't say anything.
Okay.
She'll wait.
Yeah, you guys move your way through towards the northern gate.
Ileana actually says, "Someone's watching. Did you see what they look like?"
I presume I wouldn't have got much of a view of them. Would she be able to pick them out
general
again?
kind of garbs, face covered, and then again, kind of disappeared behind a pillar or column, sort of unceremoniously.
Okay. Yeah, she won't say anything. She'll just keep on walking.
So Kimmel, Crom, and Aaron spend roughly 5-6 minutes, at least, since the ladies have left.
So the two that potentially, or the people we potentially thought, because I don't think you gave me a number,
They're still in the bar drinking.
still in the bar drinking. Okay. Kimmel's gonna turn, I guess, to the others. Well, rather than sit here all night and drink ourselves away, anyone fancy a walk?
Mist is going to start running around in a circle at the mention of a walk. So Crom will nod and go, yes, I think that'll be a suitable idea.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
basically just going to be following Carmel's lead.
So yeah, Kimmel will stand and he'll nod. To Crom and the others, and I didn't really mean to nod at all. I didn't know where that was going. And he'll walk out of the bar.
Crom will follow. Mist on her
follows.
leash.
All right.
Is there like an alley, like close to the bar,
Yeah.
like
There's
about
alleys all
100
over
foot
this.
away?
Well within. There's probably 3 alleys within 100 feet. There's one almost across the street from the bar as well.
So
There's
I mean,
alleys
we'll head to the
everywhere.
north. I'm basically looking for one about 100 foot from the door.
About 100 feet.
Maybe
What direction?
150 to the north.
Yeah, there's definitely an alley, but they're around the 150 mark. You guys walk out. You head towards the north. You reach an alley that you can see straight down. There's a number of almost pitons with rope hanging as people are hanging laundry out to dry in the sun. At this point, I mean, as far as you can tell at first glance, seems like a relatively quiet alley.
First glance. Kimmel doesn't do first glance. He does about 5.
Okay, then roll perceptions.
I don't know if he's like. I don't think he really minds if they see him.
Well, you're not really stealthing him in the open.
Yeah, no. Well, no, he's not going to try and stealth at all. But he'll kind of, I guess. Yeah, no, he will look at it because he'll want to make sure it's not entirely going to get knifed in the back.
Yeah, I mean, again, a seemingly empty alley. A few wooden doors that you would expect. Again, laundry.
Yeah, I mean, he'll just duck into the corner. I don't know if the other guys will want to duck in with him or whether they'll continue on for a little bit.
Well, I mean,
seconds.
at the way Kimmel said, "Do you fancy going for a walk?" I figured it would be suspicious if we all broke up after forwarding that question. So Crom's going to follow him, like Mist leading the way or dragging him along.
Like, I guess he'll push you guys. And can I look back at the door and watch it and see if they leave?
Sure, another perception.
At some point, I've got to roll well this evening.
I mean, the door opens and closes a number of times. There's people everywhere on the street. The city's come alive at this point. You don't notice the men exit or leave.
While Crom is letting Kimmel be suspicious and staring at the door, he's just going to, look around the alley and basically look from one end to the other, kind of, I would say investigating it, but you know the way someone investigates when they're kind of standing around doing nothing and waiting for something?
Are you looking for things, or are you looking for traps or ambushes? If you're looking for something specific, trying to see if there's markings, traps, etc., that'd be an investigation. If you're scanning it for just general movement or minor details, then it's perception.
He'd be kind of looking around for patterns and stuff. Kind of
investigation, then, please.
He sees a pretty pattern and he stares at it.
No, I mean, the stone is very similar. A lot of sandstone. I mean, there's markings in it, but you don't know if it's wear and tear or if it's something more.
What does Aaron want to do? No, you kind of full on Decepticon.
You've gone Decepticon, which is fine. When you get a little bit better reception, we'll have you back. I'm just gonna say Aaron supports you.
Can you hear me?
It's still breaking up a little bit. You're still robotic. So why don't we just have a perception check from Aaron?
Okay.
Again, much of the same. Wooden doors, buildings made out of sandstone, clothes, and an alley.
That's fine. They'll continue walking on. They're not in no hurry. They're not walking to get anywhere. They're just, as far as anyone would tell, I guess, walking.
Right, just kind of meandering, looking at things, taking
Yeah.
sights.
If they've
Down
got
back
shops, they'll
alleys.
kind of look at the windows.
Well, no, we don't necessarily.
Oh, they'll
always go
stick to
down
the main
back alley.
streets.
Yeah,
Oh, you just
We
ducked
only
in the
nipped
alley
into-
and then okay.
just to look at
Yeah,
the
just have a quick
tavern
look.
door.
Yeah.
We were taking a shortcut through the alley to the other road to follow it north.
And I think the best plan of action would be like just piggybacking each other, leapfrogging each other. Like, okay, Kimmel sees a scarf that he likes. We continue walking ahead another 5-10 feet. We find something we like that he catches up. You know, that kind of thing. Where we can keep watching each other's back and looking for anything out of the ordinary as we go.
Which would be a great plan if you were headed through the markets. However, you're headed through much more residentials.
Okay, fair enough.
Just to give you the layout. Like if you guys go to the
Okay.
markets, that'd be a brilliant strategy. Again, you're just kind
I
of
think at this point then we'd walk together.
you're kind of moving, through the crowds, staying near one another. But sometimes one slows up and the other one passes, stuff like that. But you're still generally there. Are you pretending that you aren't together? Or are you, still
No,
having
we're
boring conversations?
Definitely together.
We're having like a conversation about crap.
I
Okay.
think though that we want to give the look of just being nonchalant. Like, if we see something suspicious, we say point at something totally out of the ordinary, whisper it as we laugh after, things like that. From the onlooker, it looks like we're just out having.
Okay. Everyone give me a performance roll.
Oh God, I can remember what happened last time I did this.
It's too bad that you don't get like proficiency in performance.
I mean,
Kimmel
Kimmel
is
pulled
doing
it off.
an amazing job. He's stopping at the right points. He is, then catching back up. Oh, sorry. Crom is like, he stands still when he knows someone's supposed to leapfrog him. Like, he doesn't move. Mist itself, like, when the dog goes too far and you hold the leash too hard, it does that whole head jerk thing. A number of times, twice. No.
Do you want me to roll for Mist?
No, because Mist is an animal not fully understanding your plan.
Oh, I'm not with the group. Sorry.
Aaron, at points, he stops for too long, and then he has to sprint to catch back up to everyone. Like, on a 4, he's slightly worse than Crumb. Kimmel, give me a
Wow,
stealth check.
someone who's actually worse than me.
In the
God.
crowd.
I rolled a 2.
In the
Make
crowd.
my heart sad.
Yeah, there's about a good 5 minutes where you guys are so caught up in your performance that you've lost Kimmel in the crowd. He notices this and then sighs heavily and waits. We're gonna transition now to the ladies. You're pretty much almost to the gate.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
Seth, where was the shopkeeper from like 2 sessions ago?
And nowhere in this direction.
Damn it. Okay.
We'll
I've been
get
trying
to it. We'll get to it. The gate, is it currently open or closed?
Wide open.
Okay. Are there any guards currently posted outside it?
Yeah, there's like a couple. But if you look at them, you know that the gate guards are basically just 2 people that are there to close it when night hits.
Okay. She will actually make it. No, I need to define which she here. You know what? I'm actually going to have Sefre approach them to say, some of the ladies and I are just heading outside of the walls. What time do you guys close the gate?
They look at the bubbly cleric who runs up full of joy. And both of them again
Yeah,
shocked.
basically. Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well. Thank you very much for asking. That's very kind of you.
You're welcome. Can we?
I have a question.
Nice.
Yes, I have a question. I have a question for you. What time do you normally close the gate? I mean, I've been inside gated communities before, and I know that they usually tend to try and actually close the gates just after dark, to keep out all the bad people. So I just want to make sure, like, do you do that here? Is that a thing you do? This is a thing?
Yes.
Okay, what time do you normally close the gates so that we know? Because we
Last
we
light.
will be at last light. Okay.
The light. He
You'll be
looks.
able
He
to let us
looks.
in?
He looks to Sefri and says, "Yes, the last lights are up here. It will get dark below first. We have about a half hour more of daylight in the elevated position.
I see.
A good sign will be when any point he kind of like takes Sefri and walks with her, not without touching, just kind of motioning for her to follow as she stands outside the gate. And then she sees 2 large braces on each end. When we light those, we start on each of the gates, and then we will go down and light the rest of the lamps. When those light, that's about your 30 minutes warning before we close the gates. If you come up, as long as we know who you are, that you've left, we can allow you back into the city. We won't make you freeze
I
outside.
see. I see. Okay, so could you please let us in when we return? Please?
He nods with a
Pretty
smile
please?
and says, "Yes, of course."
Okay, thank you very much. And then she, kind of smiles, curtsies about as awkwardly as she can
Mhm.
curtsy,
Of course.
and shuffles back over to her group, and she says, "Okay, I mean, they'll let us back in once it's dark because they'll obviously know that we're going, so they'll let us back. But they close the gates at dark. It is very nice of them, Ileana."
You have me confused with Chris. No, Verese said that.
Ileana also typed it.
Oh, okay. Jinx.
So Winter basically looks at all of them and says, "All right, so we're going outside the city then. You guys have everything you need?"
Oh yeah, I should be fine.
It's not like we're going to be staying out all night and partying it up, and you can see this curl of a very wolfish kind of grin sort of grace her lips before Shay, who is sitting on her shoulders, kind of frowns down at Winter, and she's like, okay, Chabi. But she says that we'll be back tonight. We're not going to be staying out all night.
From the ladies, I need one more perception check before you leave.
Separates. Winters. Ooh, 22. Nice.
2 seconds.
Ileana, nice. 21.
Not bad for me, considering I
order.
have nothing in it.
In order of the way you rolled them. Sefri looks up,
And
scanning.
that 20.
Yep. Sefri looks up, scanning. She hears a noise. She looks over, but it's too late. She doesn't quite catch it. She heard a noise from a second or third story balcony.
Okay.
Can't quite punch it. It was almost the sound of a thud. Navi is actually looking in that direction before the thud. She sees a robed figure kind of peer through this, almost like a curtain that hangs over into the balcony. As obviously on a 25, he's watching you. You then see a single hand stick out from behind him, cover his mouth, and get yanked back through. Mistra, there is a lot of people around. There are no drow though. Winter, you don't see the hand, you see the figure, and then you see it disappear. Same with Ileana. Veresi, again, you just hear the thud.
Okay.
So Winter kind of, tilts her head a little bit. Doesn't really say anything. but then sort of nods almost like with her face towards the gates and is like, all right, ladies, let's go. We might as well be getting this little picnic over with, huh?
I didn't bring enough food.
And Sefrey's like, oh, don't worry about it. I can totally make his food. It's okay. I'll make enough for everyone.
The guards kind of chuckle as Sefrey bounces up and down. I can make food.
I can make food. It's okay.
As I guess the group moves as a unit outside.
Yep.
Again,
Yes.
for those that have never traveled by foot up or into Shroudlight that we may have passed. I know someone. If I know someone is there, can I cast message towards the person that got pulled? You have to be in. You have to know them, or be able to see them. So in this case, it would not work. As you guys can head down again, there is a large slope. You're walking down almost. It's probably about a 15-minute walk as you guys are going to curl down to actually the desert floor from the elevation of this island, this desert city. That being said, we will transition back to the men, who finally find Kimmel as he stands in the middle of the street.
We're just going to approach and continue to walk on.
Yeah. I think at this point Kimmel's probably given up the pretense of anything, and he's just going to wander in that direction, because
Crom joins them because he's technically walking his dog.
Yeah.
What's
So are
suspicious
you guys
about that?
heading? You guys are heading for the northern gate, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
yes.
You move through. There's packed. There's a few times that you guys are forced just through the flow of the crowd to kind of split more than 5-10 feet away in this large main drag of the street. But you're never really losing eyesight with one another. You guys get towards that main gate. Everyone roll me a perception check.
Kimmel's.
Crumb, you hear a few pieces of rock, probably you assume are probably just from like the sandstone probably crumbling off, whether it be wear and tear or whatever. Aaron, you're just kind of almost pushed through the crowd, just trying to keep sight to your actual party at this point. That being said, Kimmel, you do notice a few individuals kind of sitting on the roof watching you. They also note that you notice them.
He can tell that they know that they've been noticed and they're not moving.
No, they're not moving. They're
He
watching.
waves to them.
One covers his mouth as almost locking eyes with you, and whispers something to the person next to him, but covering his mouth.
They don't know he can read lips.
They don't, but that is standard practice if you've seen
But it's
any
standard
of them out,
practice.
because they have observant.
So
They don't seem to be, there's no weapons drawn. They're kind of just, crouched on the rooftops watching you.
Would Aaron have noticed that Kimmel stopped and waved at these guys?
You see Kimmel wave, but you're not quite sure in which direction. He just kind of, waves. You don't, with everything going on, you're unable to make that line of sight. However, because you rolled a 19, Crom, you're able to make that connection to the point.
Crom isn't even going to look. He's just going to leave it at Kimmel.
So Kimmel will turn to the others in full view of the guys in roof, not covering his mouth. So shall we?
You cut out there. So shall we?
Yeah,
Shall we head south back into the city, or do you guys fancy walking outside for a while?
Crom is going to turn and say straight up, I think we should walk outside with Mist. Give her a chance to run free without any issues of, people freaking out that there's a wolf running around.
I agree. I would like to
That's
see
fair.
this dog and how fast he can run.
Fair enough.
All of you roll me deception.
Kimmel wasn't really deceiving. He was asking a question.
I'm just having all of you because you are working as a unit. And you guys proceed, huh? You don't get to know if they know or not.
Seb, do you want us to move out of GM?
Yes, I would like you to.
Yes. I just realised that. Hang on, let me reassign this sheet to me so I can see. I'm just Kimmel today.
So, Seb,
In my journal.
is Ace sitting at the bar with
Okay, so,
Roderick right now?
but right now we're going to do this first part before we go back to Ace.
Okay.
And once you guys are logged out, let me know and I'm going to re-roll. So you actually don't get your insult.
I'm logged out.
Sim is...
Mine's just logging now.
okay.
There you go, I'm out.
Alright. The new roll is in there. And now canon. So, you guys then head out. I mean, there's 2 guards standing at the gates. And there you guys can just walk by them and head out.
Just give them a nod. You know, walk out casually.
Yeah, and kind of nod back to you. And be safe.
Yes, but yeah. Kimmel will do the same.
Okay. So a matter of time goes by.
Actually, before we walk too far, can I make a perception check on the guards?
Sure.
Just
I mean,
or
what
an
exactly are you looking for?
I'm looking for that white mark that people keep saying.
Investigation.
To see if they're part of,
Yeah, investigation.
or if they're actually a separate entity.
Yeah, just investigation.
Okay, 1 sec. I have to bring up my sheet again. This one.
You don't notice anything on them.
Okay.
No distinguishable marks. I mean, they're kind of the only people you've really seen in armor, more so. They're not heavy armor. It's more like almost a breastplate with no sort of distinguishable marks. They're carrying what seem to be pikes, and they also have a pair of short swords on their hip with a shield on their back. And there's 2 of them for this entire door.
Which seems odd to me.
With that being said, crime has been here for a week. How much crime has crime witnessed?
None. Which again seems odd to Crom.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is way too tidy, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, if there were any animal attacks, you'd expect more guards on the gate for a start. Especially with things like purple worms around the place.
With the purple worms, the only time you've seen purple worms is 5 days away.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. If there's ever a sudden rush. Oh well, that's weird. I'll let everyone know what I'm thinking when I get out.
Yeah, eventually you guys make your way down the slopes. Winter and the ladies, we're going to do a quick one with you before we reunite everyone. Where exactly are you trying to set up?
You know, maybe about an hour or 2 just outside the city, just to give them enough space where A, they're going to see anybody coming, and B, that they're far enough away where they're not going to have to worry about eavesdroppers.
So are you looking for
So
like
the
a
only-
sand dune, like a peak?
Yeah, like
valley?
either a sand dune or, you know, like a craggy cliff where there's like some sort of shade that they can, you know, set themselves up in. Something, yeah, like some sort of recess or something like that that'll A, block the wind, and B, will give them some sort of shade.
So,
Crom, why are you shooting shit?
because of a misclick. But
My
give me a
dog
survival.
jumped on the mouse.
Sorry, you were saying, Seth?
I need a survival from Winter.
Not Sefre. Let's go with...
Short sword. So, I mean, yeah, you head pretty much north. You find, as you get to about the location of which you wanted to make the distance that you'd agreed upon, you pretty much no cliffs. There's no real rocks that would provide any sort of shade. You basically are sand dune. You can go either in a valley between a couple of them or on top of one.
Let's go in the valley.
Okay.
And I would actually also like to do perception to make sure that there's, like Sefre from her experiences yesterday with bandits would be like, okay, so the last time we were out here, some bandits popped out of the freaking sand. So can we just make sure that there's like nobody living in the sand right now?
Yeah, you can all roll me perception if you like.
I was gonna say Versa's just gonna stab in the sand with her sword.
That is from Winter. And that is from Sefre.
Fees. You know there's nothing wrong with any of the sand dunes.
I wish. God
20.
damn it. And it's useless. It doesn't even tell me anything.
It does. It tells you that there's no one in the sand dune.
Which
I was
is
gonna
kind of
stab
what
in
we
the
want.
sand. I wanted to stab in the sand dune anyway. Because if they were living, they were gonna get the.
You can stab in sand dune. You stab the sand. As the
I
girls
attack the darkness.
as the girls start setting up the meeting place.
Yeah, like I'm assuming one of us has got like a tent or something like that. I'm actually pretty sure that Winter has one. She has a 2-man tent, so she'll kind of start to set it up in terms of providing. Yes, Firefly sand dune party. Start setting it up so that they have like shade and make sure that they're comfortable. Put Shay underneath the shade because Shay is also with them, traveling on Winter's shoulders.
Okay. As the men, you hit the bottom. You know the general direction. However, there's no real big wind right now. There are some tracks. Crom, would you like to follow the tracks?
I'd like to try on a 14.
14's enough, yeah. As you guys, as Kimmel, Aaron, and Crom and Miss kind of get down, then you quickly kind of pick up the tracks of a number of what seem to be human females. You pretty much are following them dead on at this point. Crom, give me just one more to stay.
Can I make an attempt to mask our own tracks and get rid of theirs as we walk towards them?
You could. That will also slow your pace. You will take you 2 hours to get there instead of 1.
Use prestidigitation.
Kimmel's gonna probably turn to Crom at this point as soon as you start trying, go. They know we left. They know we're out here. There is little point.
Crom shrugs and agrees and
Now all of
continues on
this
his
is,
way.
We will see them coming long before.
this is all
They
just
can hear
desert,
us.
correct?
Yeah, there's pretty much sand dunes for as far as the eye can see. Yeah, Crom, you kind of quicken your pace as you guys all crest the sand dune. I want all of you to roll me stealth. All the men at advantage.
I'm so glad for that advantage.
And then 21. Who of the girls is your lookout currently as things are being set up?
I can be, considering
Is
I'm
it
not
dark
20.
out? That's the question.
It's not dark out yet. It's to a point where you can take your goggles off and see normally.
But I don't even have my goggles, so
you
I've
don't?
been blind this entire time.
It's enough where the sun's recessing where it's not quite dark yet.
I know Winter's perception is pretty good.
But Winter is currently setting up tents and such.
This is true.
So she would have disadvantage because she's doing something else.
Yeah, so
I have a
let's do
six.
another
Two things, either
perception
somebody
check
needs-
then?
One of you is considered the lookout, one of you is your perception.
Not me.
It's
Yeah,
probably better
fire.
for one of the clerics to do it. Like Navi or Sephre. So, no, I mean, Navi can do
I
it.
will let one of you more roll. Understand when I say there's one roll, if someone rolls even without the group's okaying, it counts from now on.
My bad.
So who is rolling your perception?
You know, Sephre can actually stand lookout. She says, you know, I'm pretty good at spotting things. If you want, I can stand. And that way, if actually, I mean, the guys will probably want to see a familiar face anyway. No offense, Winter. And Winter's like, whatever. So Sephre can certainly stand and do be the lookout.
Okay, give me that roll.
Can I actually, before I do this, cast
In terms of
guidance?
guidance, no, because that is up to a minute. You are
Okay.
watching for an hour.
There's got to be something else that I can use. Enhance ability?
I believe that lasts for an hour. You could enhance ability.
It does.
So yeah, I will cast then enhance ability, and I will give myself Owl's Wisdom.
Okay.
Now, does that actually bump me above 20? Because Sephre's Wisdom, I believe, is currently 20.
Nope. All it does give you advantage on wisdom checks.
Okay, then I will do that, or Wisdom. Oh, that's only Wisdom checks, though, not Wisdom-based skills.
Correct.
You know what? I'll leave it stand as it is, because that may actually come in handy later. But there's my perception.
Okay. In terms of what Sephri sees over the course of the next hour, there's a lot of just kind of small movement from like minor creatures, maybe some small scorpions, stuff like that. Regular things that inhabit the desert. However, she sees like the tip of a bow at the top of the sort of sand dune in the direction that they came from. Before then, she sees that it's Crom. In terms of that, Crom kind of starts moving down, and then, almost out of nowhere for Sephri's vision, Kimmel and Aaron are there. As they have lost their cover. As you guys kind of head down and gather up.
Okay, yeah, Sephri will be like, yeah, I can see them, they're approaching.
Can Kimmel just take a look back and make sure and see if anyone is following them out?
Sure. Doesn't see a thing.
Okay.
So you guys are together now.
Okay.
Ladies?
Winter kind of looks at Kymel and sort of nods, in her typical greeting. She does not slap Kymel in the ass. She looks to Crom and says, "Brother, do you happen to have one of your tents with you?"
Crom nods and he goes, "Always," and he takes his tent out of his bag of holding, which I'm so glad I bought now. And Crom pitches a tent.
Oh god.
Hey, God.
Phrasing.
I had to. I have to. See what you did, Winter? See what you did? Or, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, whatever. She'll help Crom as best she can. And
So Winter
basically
helps
she
Crom
wants-
pitch a tent?
Yeah, Winter helps Crom pitch a tent, baby. Oh yeah. No, not like that at all. But anyways, she kind of says it's like if we are going to have some sort of fire, I would like to try and have some sort of cover from it, so that anyone that might be approaching us will not actually see. I'm going to assume that eventually the Black Rose is going to be coming out here to try and find us.
Well, they know we came this way.
And I
Seems-
figured.
Whether they want to find us
Veracity-
or not is.
By the way, Crom's going to say, have any of you noticed how crime-free this place is, and how little guards they have on the gates and in everywhere?
Why would they need crime? We saw the people who
I
are in
think-
here. Aren't they the crime?
They have an army much.
You cut out on us, heard. They have an army much. That's all we heard.
Much greater than they show.
And Winter actually looks at Aaron and nods, duh, I'm in agreement. I mean, the guys that we usually see in terms of show of force is just a small smattering. They're the face, but there is certainly more than what we don't see. As I was coming back yesterday from my jaunt out with Jaden, I did notice that there were, he did point out to me that there were some people hidden in the shadows, basically waiting for the word from Jared to strike those of us who are still sleeping in their rooms. So they are definitely not what they seem. That is for sure.
Who Jared is.
Jared
Why don't
is
we address the more important issue? These were clearly a threat to the group, yet not everyone knew about this. I'm wondering why. And Kimmel, this is the first time you've ever seen Kimmel's stern face. Like, he's not impressed with this.
And Winter actually kind of nods and says, duh, there is very much a lack of information that is being not shared between all of us. Is something that is actually going to have to stop from now on. I know none of you have any reason to trust me. I get that. I get that we all come from different backgrounds. Sam.
I'm sorry, I had to. Explosives aren't an issue in Malbex.
Anyways, Winter sort of she's like, I know none of you have a reason to trust me or trust each other. We are all coming from different backgrounds. I understand this. But right now, we are in a situation where we are not sharing the information that we have, especially on either any of the ruins that we have, that we still have to go to get the tablets, or the bully patrol that happens to be the Black Rose that will get us killed.
I'm going to pause for 1 second here.
Okay.
You guys have 2 tents set up, and you've made a fire from your description.
Yeah, like a low
Where
fire.
are you guys actually? Are you inside the tents talking? Are you outside using them as kind of cover? Just so I know.
We've pitched the tents instead of having them set up as tents. We have them set up as covers, tarps. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you kind of just tarp them over.
The kind of lean-tos.
Gotcha.
So we can sit under them, and we can sit more than one person under them. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Well,
Yeah.
that you made sense. Yeah. So you're kind of using them kind of to give a little more cover to your group.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
Okay, now Ileana, Winter will actually look to her and say, before we actually continue this conversation, we need to be under the assumption that we are always being watched, whether that be through physical means or other. We need to be absolutely 100% all in agreement that we are all being watched at any given time.
Clearly, that was a signal that we are being watched.
Absolutely. She looks to Ileana and she looks to Mistra and says, I know that the two of you have ways. I'm not going to say which ways those are, but I am thinking we need to move this conversation to a less physical way. To catch my drift.
Aaron will pull out some paper. Will.
Crom says in ancient celestial, you mean like, you know, mentally or like in a different language?
In
He wants to
ancient
smack
celestial.
you. Less of that. We are in the open. We are miles from the city. There is no need to hide things here.
Crom is gonna
He's not going
turn.
to hurt you. He's just literally clapped your arm.
Crom's gonna turn to Kibble and go, then do you want to stand and watch since you seem to know everything anyways?
I was about to ask, who is your watch? Is
I guess
Separate
Kimmel.
remaining on your watch, or is someone else taking it?
No, I think there needs to be a rotating watch. If only so that everyone is having
will stand
information.
Are the people
doorway,
in
so
rotating
you
watch
can still
going
hear?
to stay in earshot? Yeah.
The person that is on watch would be actively out in the open, looking and scanning. They will still be able to hear and participate in the conversation.
Okay.
There is one
Okay.
person on
Give
active
them.
watch.
You can give them a pearl,
Kimmel-
and we can just talk into the pearl so they can hear
Do not have
without
enough-
us having to.
You do not have enough pearls for everyone.
Well, no, I was saying that
I can-
specifically.
How many
for the
people are
person we
here?
have in the opening.
8.
Very few people actually know about the pearls.
Well, let's see.
Kimmel's not
Um,
high enough passive to stand outside and still be part of the conversation. Kimmel will just stand outside.
Crom, Carmel, Winter, Separate.
There should be 8 of us. If my math
I think
Nikki
there's
is also
9.
there.
I
think
wasn't
there's
gonna.
9.
Ah, Shay.
Okay,
I have 9
Um,
Shay.
9 counting Shay. Shay doesn't need
That's
to be in the
what I have.
conversation anyways.
She's not here.
Yeah.
Mace is gonna sit beside Kimmel on watch.
So Ileana's mind thingy digger could do that whole.
We don't, as long as we have Kimmel on watch, we don't need to do the mind thing. That's why he's on watch. So if there's anyone that walks up to us,
Oh, you're he's more on watch because you're in the middle of the desert, and there's
Yeah,
more than
there's
just the
that
black rose that live here.
Winter kind of looks around at everybody and says, they have magic users with them. My concern is they'll be having ways to A, find out where we are, for one, and for two, that they are going to be able to use some sort of divinatory method to watch us from afar. If they cannot physically lay eyes upon us,
can I make an
I am-
arcane check or something to see if I know of anything like that?
that 20 perception hype.
Sure.
21?
That they can listen in. Yeah, there's all sorts of things. They could be scrying on your location right now. They only need to know one of you.
Sephray actually turns around and looks at everybody and says, there is actually ways for clerics, for sure. Things like clairvoyance or scrying, divination. Like, I mean, how I had helped you find the tablets before.
Does anyone have like magic that can block scrying?
Nope.
Not weird. Don't think. Or at least not on this
Telling
character.
you, the mind thing.
Well, I can do the
Um,
fun thing. And Ileana
Aaron-
will look to him and say, do you want me to do this now or when we get back to the city? Because I can only it will take time for me to be able to do it again.
So, Kimmel's gonna interrupt. In fact, he's gonna look at Mistra. And
Again.
kind of, he gives you a bit of an intense stare.
Okay.
For this, they kind of, well, they're not
I'm gonna-
gods. I don't think they can see us wherever we are. Is there a range on them?
We would probably be within range.
You're
But
only
again,
like 3 miles outside the city.
yeah, what I know about
Can
the range and scrying.
Scrying is planar.
Well,
Oh, then yeah, we're within range.
I'm just gonna like
Nice.
pop up into Kimmel's head because he's giving me an intense stare and ask him what does he want. Because awaken mind.
there's movement on the east side, on the eastern hill. Sand.
Is it just sand or where's?
Don't know. Without moving.
Yep.
Send Aaron over. Tell the others.
I guess I would tell everybody else. All with awakened mind.
Guess what?
Which would take me like 5 minutes to get through everybody.
I mean, you could just.
But you
say-
could have told Aaron and then start.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm out of character. Like even scrying, you have to make a spell save, which means a person knows they are being. And clairvoyance only has a range of a mile. So for 3 miles out, clairvoyance wouldn't be able to do it. And
Technically, with scrying, you as a player would know you're being scryed upon. Your character would not if you don't make the save. You would be unaware.
Right.
that's weird because
I'm-
it says that the person, if they know they're being watched, can fail to save
Intentionally.
on
If you
purpose.
know
I'm gonna
that someone's trying to scry, if it's a friendly acquaintance, you can intentionally fail your DC.
Crowman's gonna say, look, we can get paranoid and jumpy, or we could just talk about what we actually know. If we get paranoid and jumpy, this is gonna take all night. We're not gonna be able to get back. So can we just talk about what we need to talk about? If they already know we're here, they already know what we know.
Not all of it. I'm assuming
Most
there's
of it.
been some other things that have come up in the last little while.
Well, what was with the second meeting? Because I think he made his point when he showed us the tiefling heads, don't you?
The
So what did you want with the second meeting?
I don't know. I did not ask for second meeting.
He didn't ask for anything?
No. The original deal that I had made with Jared was basically you stay the fuck out of our business, we'll stay the fuck out of yours. It's basically a non-involvement. Basically so that we could go about doing our business and not have to worry about basically having this badass group on our ass.
So this Jared is the leader of that group?
Duh.
He's someone you don't want to mess with.
No. He's definitely somebody that you do not want to fuck with.
When we first talked to him, he gave us a box to open up, and it had some heads belonging to tieflings. They had died right before he talked to us. Better yet, he had them for a week and was torturing them. You could see the signs on there, but what remained of their skin.
Well, let me ask the obvious question here then. Why are we staying in this town any longer? We can simply camp outside.
Fresh food, fresh water, safety from wild creatures, so we don't have to be worried about being attacked.
Given how many of us have been, sorry, actually this is Sephray talking, considering how many of us have actually been affected by the desert fever, it is also prudent for us to remain in the city as well. I think we can more than likely get actually information out of people just by talking to them.
We should
Right now,
definitely do
my
that.
only concern is getting Misty back.
And you visibly see, as soon as Misty's name is mentioned, you visibly see Winter's hands curl into these fists. And you can almost see the magical energy that's inherent in them as it burns up her up her arms, and she's like, I feel like such a shit for having to give him her name in the first place. I am not that much of a fool where I am going to go off half-cocked and get all of you killed. But at the same time, the moment we have that last tablet, we need to get the fuck out of Dodge, and I am not leaving here without see.
Yeah,
I have a few
it's
questions.
Kimmel's gonna walk back in and walk to Navi.
Mister's gonna suggest that we do the telepathic thing again because, you know, even if there's nobody around, scrying is still a
Kimmel's gonna
problem.
nod.
it's again, you're being too paranoid.
What'd you say?
Have you ever
From-
known Mistra not to be too paranoid?
Aaron's actually with
It's
Crom
a-
on this one.
it's a
I think we're out.
city
You're going to eat
full
up what little time we have.
assassins.
Yes, and if they're assassins, how do you know they don't have a means of reading your mind in the first?
Because nobody can literally read my mind.
But they can read ours.
Oh my god.
What did you say, Sindel? Or Huggle?
Kimmel is gonna walk up.
I got walk up. And you cut out.
Yeah. That's because I stopped because I'm trying to structure this. We should go with Mistra's idea. And he is looking at Crom very intently in a, you should definitely do this. Paranoid is what keeps you alive in places like this. And he kind of stops. Paranoid is what will keep us alive here. Aaron, come with me a minute.
He'll follow.
Winter kind of looks over at Kymel with a bit of a grin and goes, "You know, it's not really paranoia when they truly are out to get you, huh?"
Exactly. Winter, keep an eye on the door, keep us in sight. And he wants to walk off to the east side.
Okay, so Winter will sort of keep her eyes trained on wherever Kymel and Aaron go.
I believe Ileana's activating telepathic bond between
Okay.
all 8 of us.
Before they would leave, she would
I think.
Oh, yes.
That being said, to the two that are heading to the east dune, how are you doing this?
I'm basically just following
They know we're
Kimmel's
here.
lead.
We're not going to be able to stealth it because I presume we're in the open.
Are you trying to get there quick?
No.
Just taking your time?
Yeah, we're taking time, just keeping an eye on surroundings.
Okay.
We're not hiding our approach from anything.
So we'll continue on with the group as you guys are climbing the east dune.
So telepathic bond. We can talk
Yep.
amongst ourselves in our minds.
Yeah, all of us. Except for Mistra, but she's going to let it go this time.
Mistra actually probably has the whole let me into your mind thing. Winter specifically looks at Mistra and says, I know you are able to read minds. While Ileana is doing the telepathic link, I will let you read my surface thoughts, or at least my mind, in terms of what we are discussing. Now, granted, you are probably only going to get one side of the conversation, but I will do my best to keep you in the loop. Don't you be delving any deeper than that. Got it?
Got it. Now I gotta make sure I can actually cast.
Yeah, actually, make sure you can actually cast it first.
Yeah, we're good.
So you are not in a telepathic bond, you are just in her mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mistra herself is going to kind of pass around people not in the telepathic bond because she doesn't like other people in her head. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
but she's okay with invading other people's heads.
Interesting.
Why is it always a one-way street with Mistra?
Hmm.
Because there's a lot of things in her head that nobody should ever see.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
people
much
in
like her.
everyone's heads that you should never see. Doesn't stop Mistra.
So the casting takes place. Misha is currently floating in the surface thoughts of Winter.
Winter's initial surface thoughts are, I may be being too paranoid about this, but I don't think I'm being unreasonable about the amount of security I'm asking for here. I'd rather not get these people killed.
Yeah. Mistra's gonna nod and kind of pass that information along.
Oh,
Because
thank
that's
you.
Mistra.
I don't think she has to, because
You guys telepathic bond, yeah.
So, what is the first thing said in telepathic bond?
guys.
Telepathic bond. Siegfried is like, oh, this is very interesting. I've never done something like this before. Winter basically sort of physically looks at everybody, but via the telepathic bond, looks at everybody and says, as a show of faith, and you notice the accent is gone, as a show of faith, some of you have heard my story. Some of you know my background, my history, where I'm from, who I am. You'll notice that anytime that anybody ever asks me my name, I always tell them they call me Winter. I gave part of my story to Jaren last night because he was the only one out of all of you to ever pick up on the fact that I've always ever said they call me Winter. The name Winter is not one I have taken myself. It was one that was given to me when I first landed in this country, like when I first landed on this continent. My real name, or the name that I had back in the cold and frozen wasteland that I belonged to, is Hlin. Hlin. It means protectress in my language. But I expect that all of you will continue to call me Winter, and I am fine with that.
Do you mind if we call you your real name, or would you rather us call you Winter? I guess is the question.
I, at this point, would prefer that you call me Winter. If only because the people that I love don't know this yet. I've not told them my real name, and I should have.
I think I'll just stick with sister.
That's fine with me.
We're going to transition now to Kimmel and Aaron. You are almost at eye level with the top of the dune.
is it just the wind blowing the dune, or
You don't know yet.
Okay.
This is like you're about to peer over.
Okay.
I'm
I guess-
letting you do set it up however you want.
Yeah, we'll continue on. Like, no weapons drawn, because I don't see the point, and we're just checking things out.
Yeah, we're walking. As we're walking, I'm going to whisper, "What are we out here doing?"
Like I said, it's better to be paranoid. Sand fell. We're just looking.
So as you kind of peek over the top, at the very other end of the sand dune, there are two unconscious men.
Okay.
That's all.
I'm
roll
looking around to
perception
see. Yeah. Aaron, do you want to roll as well?
Yes, please.
You guys scan the sands.
I'm gonna look back to Winter.
Do you want to investigate the bodies at all, or are you just gonna leave them?
Are they like if I move
They're
forward to investigate the
unconscious.
bodies?
They're like at the very top.
Am I out of sight of Winter? Is what I'm at. Is
No.
I guess the
You could
question.
pull the body to the top of the sand. Like the reason that you saw the sand trickle down was because they got knocked out at the very top.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to investigate the bodies.
All right, give me an investigation roll. You both may roll.
Slowly getting rolled 20.
I mean, you turn them over, take your
You
time.
do not want me to roll.
There is definitely, as you kind of look over, it takes you a little while to notice it, but there's definitely a black rose in blood. They seem to be alive.
Interesting.
Sorry, you said there's a black rose symbol on them?
Yes, each of the bodies.
Would we have noted, like, in our investigation,
How
I can never appreciate
incapacitated
the
are they?
numbers.
They're out cold. It'd be a medicine to figure out for how long.
I might try that in a minute. Do we know how they got knocked out?
On a 12 and a 13, not a clue.
Okay.
Give me just a second. I'm about to roll myself.
Okay. I will close your sheet then. Kim will look to Aaron and whisper, we take them back down.
Aaron, you gauge that they're probably out for the next, 6 hours.
Yeah, I think Kimmel will motion to Aaron to one of the bodies, and then Kimmel will take the second one, and we'll take them back down with us.
Okay.
Because I don't want to be too far from the group.
Yeah, so
And
Question.
Winter, you would see, because there's nothing really in your line of sight, that they are coming back with 2 bodies.
Question.
Yes.
Do they have to be awake to read their minds?
I'll look at these. I look at the spell. As you guys don't do that yet, they're
So-
coming down. We're back in the telepathic
You guys,
conversation.
you guys hear in the telepathic link, son of a.
What's wrong?
As Winter, of course, is kind of eyeballing both Aaron and Kymel. Physically, you see her hands come out to either side, like, what the fuck is this? But she looks to the rest of the group and is like, in the telepathic link, Kymel was right to be paranoid. It looks like we had visitors.
Did he kill them? Because that might be a bad idea. It might be seen
They don't
as a
usually
sign
bring
of
back
acting
bodies
of
if you
aggression.
kill them.
am I getting into kind of earshot of the telepathic link? Because I would have been out of it
You
for a
already
while.
know. It's planar.
Oh, is it? I
Yeah,
thought it
use
was
30
thing.
feet for the cast, and then for the next
okay.
hour you can be any distance away.
I read the 30 feet and didn't read the rest of the spell. Sorry, I was being lazy. Kind of through the telepathic links. I didn't do it. Found him like this.
Who
So
are
he's
they?
he's actually physically saying this? Or is this in the telepathic link?
Yeah, no, he'll do this in telepathic link. He will not speak out loud now.
And just to
Okay,
make sure,
um,
Aaron does know that we're all speaking telepathically now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would hear it.
Yeah.
You'd be able to tell. Aaron himself would be able to tell it right away.
You've
Okay,
heard
well,
this
basically,
entire
I'm going to be thinking, okay, everybody, we found these 2 unconscious at the top here, which means someone knocked them out, which means we're still being watched.
I don't know, dude.
You
Is
see
this-
Winter's
is-
face actually kind of tilt slightly, and she
Winter
kind of
is
stands up and looks around.
perception.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because
Is
she thinks
this a-
Jaden might be around.
Can
Is
we
this a
tell roughly
possi-
what kind of
I
wind they have?
think it is.
Hang on. Is this a possible third party
You don't know.
who might be trying to help us?
You you.
Why would
So
they be trying to help
Nabi is
us?
going to pipe up now.
Nothing
On
gonna
my 19 medicine, could I tell if they were like hit over the head?
No, because that was what the investigation was for. The medicine was to see how long they were out for. You had failed the previous skill, so you were not able to glean that. Nabi had something to say.
When we were leaving, there was a guy in the window. He was clearly watching us. I didn't think much of it at the time because you said that we were being watched. But it was a hand came from behind him and just yanked him back. And these two.
Winter's eyes. Winter's eyes narrow again, and she looks at everybody telepathically. She says, "We may actually have somebody who can help us with the Black Rose. It's the same guy who took me to go and find Misty, or to show me where Misty was. He has a vested interest in her. We may be able to convince him to help us."
Crom pipes up, well, telepathically pipes up and looks at Kibble and goes, "You may want to check the south dune."
Kimmel, he's got back and dumped the bodies down on the floor.
Crom is now going to start. Crom is now going to start tying these two together.
I guess Kimmel and I guess, will be the bring out your dead party.
Yeah.
So, do I need to make a check to
just
tie them together?
them.
They're
Survival.
unconscious, aren't they?
Survival, yeah, but to see how tight the knot is. It's pretty good. Prom was a Boy
Kimmel
Scout.
and Aaron will head off.
Ileana will ask, I'm sorry. We just got here a few days ago, and I have no idea what any of you are talking about. Can one of you start at the beginning and explain what's going on?
You know what? I would like to know that too, Ileana. Good choice. We're just gonna go check out this dune. You guys talk amongst yourselves, or to us. And anyway,
Be safe, Kimmel.
Winter looks at Ileana and nods her head, and looks to Crom and says, "Do you want to?" Or like telepathically says, "Do you want to kind of?" Because we were one of the first people here that had first encountered the Black Rose.
Okay, how about I tell you what I know, and then Winter will tell you what she knows.
Okay.
While they're doing this, can I shift thoughts over to the body?
You're trying to shift them off over to the bandit, the Black Rose guys?
Yeah.
You get nothing.
Because
they are unconscious. They have no current thought.
Okay.
Okay. So, we end up in the tavern one night, and a particular group of people, which we now know as the Black Rose, decide to clear the tavern out and have some words with us. Or Winter, because he tended to get along with Winter better than any of us. But apparently, there's a particular tiefling who has been exploring all the sites we are set to go to. And she had a group of people with her. And he found them. She got away. And he tortured them for a week. And then lopped off their heads. Put them in a box.
Tiefling.
Yeah.
The
I'm
tiefling.
I'm not sure who D Tiefling is. I just know it's something to do with the Titans.
The one we met with at the Titan.
Yeah, probably that one. Crom is then going to say, what I know about this particular group is they have a very strong hold on this place. And stories have even made it to where I live about them. About groups of adventurers and groups of mercenaries and groups in general trying to take a foot in this place, and then they're never seen again. Either they get absorbed or they're killed. We don't know. But these people are very dangerous.
Verse raises her hand to the rest of the group. Last
Absorbed
night,
means someone joins.
Hold on 1 second. Versus go.
last night, the leader, Jared, he came into the tavern yesterday talking about an ancient brass dragon. Now, I've met said dragon. Very big. And she kind of like makes it like a face, like we all huddle in Talon. It's very, very frightening. But he told Mirth that someone in our group was watching us, and that there was a man in a mask, and that he was looking for the black roses. If that is the case, I don't really know who the masked man is, but we have been being watched for a lot longer than just people on rooftops.
Crom
I
looks a little bit confused by this and goes, no. That would be Garrett. Mr. Garrett only works for Mr. Garrett. He would not work for anyone else. He may do the odd job here and there, but he has his own goals. I highly doubt he would be helping anyone like this.
And then Ileana wanted to say something. I heard it, but
it was more a question to prevent metagaming. Where it's the same person, I didn't write anything down, but can I Crystal would have told Ileana about what she told, like, Roland and them, so
Yes.
she stayed informed. Okay. I know.
since you were the one sending, yes.
Yeah.
You can then share that information or not. It was your choice.
I do. Hold on. I wish to tell them that Crystal had sent, and she had mentioned that someone had mentioned about them and the dragon and going after the blast dragon and everything, and also that making sure that the man in the mask, who is probably Carrot, not talk with the people on the Black Rose in order to get so it didn't bring about a ruin, and make sure that we didn't all get killed, and make sure that we didn't end up losing the fight with the Titans. And she said that Garrett wasn't going to stop pursuing them, so that it would be okay from that point.
Winter looks to Ileana and says, "Let me talk to Garrett." The other half of this argument is that I knew of the Black Rose actually coming here because of Misty. I don't know how many of you actually know Misty, but she is a bard that was hanging around the Gilded Galgatron, the tavern, back where we were. She's been fairly instrumental in assisting a lot of us for various projects that we have going on. She was actually there, I think, for one of the Titan fights. She is incredibly knowledgeable. She told me much of her story, and she had said to me that the Black Rose had actually picked her up when she was down and out after a series of unfortunate events. They taught her to use her looks to kill, basically, before she took a job on her own, and they were not pleased with it. They tried to kill her for it.
That was the can read the way of these things.
Now, the only reason why Misty is here in the first place is because to stop Jared from basically interfering with us as a group, going to all the ruins to go and get the tablets, I had to basically make a business arrangement with him and stop his involvement and his, of course, organization's involvement with us while we were here.
And as long as we didn't get involved with him, correct?
And as long as we did not get involved, it was basically a mutual agreement to basically stay out of each other's way.
That's why
But the price...
Crystal sent to Garrett to tell Theron that he should stop pursuing it. I don't know what happened with that, just to be sure. I'm assuming that he stopped. So
The price for this... The price for this was Misty's name. Because I had actually been able to pick out the symbols of the black rose. And I had remembered, just barely, that Misty was able to be telling me about them. And unfortunately, I could not hide my expression well enough.
Okay.
Aaron's gonna look very concerned. He'll say,
Aaron, you're with
it'll
me.
look... I'm sorry?
You're halfway up the dune.
I thought we were able
they're
to
in the telepathic mind.
telepathically...
This is all telepathic.
Yeah.
But we
Yeah.
can, yeah.
So he's gonna say it's gonna look very odd or very guilty of us to have two of his men in our camp right now.
Well, then why don't we just take them back when we come back to town with them? We can have them be like, hey, we found some of your people out in the desert and we didn't leave them there to get devoured or killed. Cool.
As nice as that is, that could also be taken as antagonistic. Like, oh look, we found your people and we brought them back alive.
We're better taking his men back than leaving them be. If we leave them out
Yeah.
here, he'll know we found them, and he'll think we killed them. If we take them back, he'll know we found them, and we return them to him.
The best idea would be to take them back, but let's say keep them tied up and put them in a very public place.
No.
As this
No.
last comment is made,
Hold on.
as this last comment is made, Kimmel and Aaron reach the top of the southern dune. As you look, there are two more men unconscious.
I know I'm not going to say anything, but I'd like to see if I can see what's knocking these things out. These being
So you're
out.
not doing a perception on the generator?
Came here.
Nope. Can't
Kimmel
even see my own
sees two men.
face.
Clearly they knocked themselves out.
Perception.
Yeah, it's a step. Perception to see this particular. You don't
20?
notice. You don't notice anything. It's just dark and it's dark now, so you're having trouble probably seeing. On top of that, so a 6.
I have dark vision.
Oh yeah, you do have dark. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. I know
Yeah.
you're human, and I know I gave you the belt. I still forget about it. Yeah, with the dark vision, you don't notice anything in the surrounding area.
Karen will sigh.
Investigation.
Yeah, I want to have a look, see if I can work out what knocked these things out. Nope.
No, but you do find. Sorry, Kimmy, you find nothing. Aaron, you do find 2 more symbols for the black rose on these men.
I'll point them out. Now, what do these symbols look like exactly?
What they are is
Explain.
basically there's always every one of them is generally wearing black. All it is almost like a white like felt or silk outline of a rose, and that's what gives them the name the black rose.
Would we know that Aaron can't see in the dark right now?
He can because he has a Beltadorm kind.
Okay.
As a matter of fact,
Step-
hey, wait a second.
step
Doesn't
off.
Winter also have
She
one?
does.
Yay!
Misty-
I was just saying. I was just saying that next time Kaimo goes out, Mister would go with him because daylight vision at night.
Yeah, but however, Aaron has dark vision, so it's not an issue. The only person that'd be anyone that those 2 humans are also.
Okay.
There's also moonlight out, so.
By the way,
It's not pitch black night.
I have a question. Is Mist in the psychic link?
No, because that'd be personal.
Damn.
Are these?
No,
There's
but
not enough.
Mist, however, Mist. Oh, as in your dog Mist.
Yes.
No.
Yeah. She is smart enough.
She is smart enough.
Hey, Sev, what do these guys have? Do they have spying equipment, or are they more? Are they more scouts than warriors?
I'm trying to think of the right check. I'm going to say it's. I'm going to let you either roll another investigation on this or history, whatever you'd like. You kind of look over these bodies a little more carefully. What you notice is that each of these men has a spyglass, and they also each have a pair of short swords and a longbow. They are more dressed towards your scout. This is not an assassination party. This is a scouting party.
I'm gonna hand one of these spyglasses to Kimmel, and then the other.
Pocketing that.
Could you bring up? Can you bring up the archer one?
There's all that both had. Even the two men that you guys had. They just didn't
Two
take their
downstairs,
equipment.
so you can search.
Oh, then
I guess.
actually, can I investigate the two we've tied up?
They have the
And who's
exact
copying
same.
who's?
They have the exact same loadout.
No orders or anything?
No.
Okay, I'm pocketing the spy glass, and I'm
Steal
passing
from
one.
these people.
I'm passing one over to Winter.
She takes the spyglass, and you kind of get an odd look from her, like, what am I supposed to do with this?
He just shrugs and goes, "Souvenir."
Aaron's gonna kind of call out to everybody and
Well,
ask, kind of, in the mind, of course, in the mind, to say, okay, so do we take these bodies in as well? Are we getting rid of the other bodies? What are we doing?
Technically, they're not bodies.
Let's take them back down.
Yeah,
Are
take them
those
back
gonna
down
be
so long
asleep?
as we can protect them.
Thank you.
We'll take them back with us.
Can I see if Mist can smell anyone else here?
Mist is sitting in the center of 4 dunes.
Or here? You know.
Okay, by all means, roll. Is she smelling or is she listening?
I'm gonna have her listen.
Okay, does she have keen
Because-
hearing?
She has keen hearing and smelling.
No. She hears them moving down. She looks towards the north and just kind of stares at it.
I kind of sigh and go, in my head, go, Kimmel, you might want to check to the north as well.
Kimmel, give me a perception check as
What
you
am
are
I-
high enough. You see a flash of light.
Seriously, are the body brigade?
You see the flash of light, and then it goes dark again. It's momentary.
Interesting. Let's.
And it's only just, you just met the DC, by the way. It was a 28. Because of the distance.
I had to roll a 19 to get that. I'm not going to see if I look to the other side. Can I look? I'm going to try anyway though. Can I look to what we've done? What, east, north,
You've
south?
done, no, you've
Kind of
done
the
south,
west.
you've done south, and you've done east. You noticed something, south and west. You noticed something on the other, east or west.
Oh,
you just never went there. You just saw the sand fall.
No, we went up to the east one because that's the one I spotted.
Okay.
That
Whatever the
Kimmel
one
spotted first.
you didn't go to the
I'm looking
first
to the
one.
one we haven't been to, basically.
There's
No,
2
we went to
left.
the first one.
You've only gone to 2.
But we spotted the flashing light. The other one. I want to look at the one where that we've not
Okay.
been to or flashing light.
Yeah.
That one.
Okay, look. Are you using the spyglass?
Yes.
Okay. It significantly lowers the DC. There are 2 unconscious bodies in the one you have not seen. You can see their heads. Face down.
So these people were so close behind us and so quiet. They were able to surround us that quickly. Like these guys are definitely going to be something difficult to go against.
You also have to remember, this is the desert. They've grown up here. They know the ways to sneak around in it. You
Winter
don't.
kind of looks at everybody and says, "These people are not fucking around. I'm serious."
Yes,
Well, when the hell do we
they're
do
the
it?
very
moment I
dangerous. Okay.
told Misty that I was coming here to be helping to search for the tablets, her expression was one of such fear, and she had told me, "Do not trust the people that are here." And now, knowing what I know, now I understand why.
So, now this is my
Let's
head.
take these and let's collect the others.
The important
We'll
question
we'll
here
count it.
is:
Yeah, bring them.
do we take care of the threat to us before it become a hindrance?
It's not a threat. All they're doing is watching us. They're not attacking us. They are going actually
Not-
out of their way to not do anything. Absolutely nothing.
Not yet.
She makes
Well,
valid
so
points.
there's a
That
But
is very
there's a
true.
law
they're
man
Very
waiting
who
for
are
us
Don't
to
talk
do
over
it.
each other, please. Firefly was talking. Please continue your quiet. When you're done, then someone else can jump in.
Just because something's dangerous does not mean that you have to go out of your way to actively negate the threat before it has to be an issue. There's other things that we have to concern ourselves with at the moment. I mean, we don't. If this is supposed to be an information gathering session, we haven't even scratched the surface on what we're supposed to be sharing with each other because we're worried about what could be going on. I understand it's a threat, I really do. It's just information right now is what we need to share about what we're doing, when we're doing it, how to plan it, who could go out. And I'm taking the threat seriously. I really, truly am. It's just...
Technically, Ilyana is right. Our primary objective here is to get the tablets in order to find the information on how to not permanently, but seal away the Titans again. That is primary objective as to why we are here.
Then may I suggest that even if we're sending groups out to get the tablets, we leave someone behind to watch Howard and the tablets to make
Mr.
sure
Red,
that they can't be
yeah.
stolen.
I know Garrett is usually here. I know Mr. Red is usually here. But certainly one of us, if we are not able to go, can stay behind and watch after Mr. Howard and the tablets. I would rather those tablets not come into the hands of the Black Rose. And if they find out exactly what it is we are gathering, they will make the attempt to try and take it from us. I'm sure of it.
They've been waiting. The Black Rose has been here for so long. Now, either they're here for a specific reason to loot the vaults or whatever they think is in there, or they think there's a greater power here. I don't know, but
I believe that the Brass Dragon said that the Black Rose was looking for him as well.
why would they be looking for a brass dragon?
I don't know.
An ancient
know.
one at that.
I don't know.
To put in context here, the temperature is rapidly dropping as well. It is to the point where the sun has been down for about an hour now. The temperature is drastically falling from a very warm, when you guys left, like 96, you're probably already down to the low 40s, Fahrenheit-wise. You guys that are Celsius, I'm sorry, I don't know the conversions off the top of my head.
Perhaps we should start making our way back.
At the very least, my thoughts on this is, in terms of us getting the remaining tablets, there are only 3 more ruins remaining. We need to scout those locations, and we also need to see about gathering local information on locations. Trying to skirt around the Black Rose, but I'm kind of thinking they have their fingers in each and every pie.
I don't think it's worth it. They know we're going to these locations. They'll have figured out we'll go to the... we're not giving them information they don't already have by being overt in asking about stuff.
You guys have to understand,
If
we've
we
only been here for just a few moments, and they've already surrounded us and been able to get knocked out.
Now, if we stop
Yeah,
asking
who's
for
knocking them out?
information, they're gonna get curious about that. Why aren't they asking for information anymore? We keep asking for information. We keep letting them think we're doing the same old thing. We know they're watching us. They know we're watching them, or they know we're watching them too.
Well, if we want to hold up Winter's end of the bargain, I think we need to. Me personally, I'm going to give back the spyglass, and we just take these bodies all in, let's say, to the tavern, and say we found them outside.
Sepre actually shakes her head, and she looks incredibly scared right now. And she says, he had mentioned something yesterday about the deal already being broken, and that was why they were here. They were in the tavern yesterday.
But if the deal
How
had
did
already
they
been broken,
break-
why
how did
didn't
they
they
break-
fight you?
Because we're more useful alive than dead. Let's face
Because
it,
we either
they've
have
seen us go
something they
into.
want.
We may have
Mhm.
information.
Guys,
they
let
want
Zephyr
it.
go, and then other people jump
Sorry.
in. One by one.
They want the information of Dragon. This much is true. However, we are the group that is going where no one else is able to go and come back alive. Why would you kill them if they're that useful? Especially for looking for a greater power. We're more useful if we are alive than dead. And just for clarification purposes for myself, we were told by a ancient brass dragon that this masked man, I'm guessing you said his name is Garrett, is perhaps behind the Black Rose's involvement. And your response to this is to ask the man himself if he's turning traitor?
No.
Garrett's
To
not
be hon-
turning traitor.
To be honest, if Garrett turned traitor, we'd probably already all be dead.
If Garrett wanted us dead,
I
he
don't
wouldn't
think
have
so.
sent an army to fight Titans.
There's that. Plus, he's complicated.
There's people here of his organization that are at least comparable and know what's going on, and he came here himself. If he was going to betray us or do something here, he wouldn't have come. He wouldn't have sent people that he knows and have worth to him and his organization. Right?
But why risk his own men if he could just risk us instead to get the same result? If we go down, he still has everything there.
Could be said for any one of us.
He wouldn't risk so much for so little.
Do you know this? Or do you think this? Because from my
Garrosh?
understanding, this man is very dangerous. And you guys are putting a lot of faith in the man when someone, I don't know how old ancient dragons are, is telling us that he is the one that's watching us and doing this in the first place. So I would
only
like
thing-
more than just I think.
Kimmel turns to you. He's looking at you very curiously. You seem to know an awful lot about him, considering you claim not to know him. In fact, you called him the masked man, you didn't call him by name.
I was given a description.
Where
I was
you seem to be forming opinions on something you don't really know.
Right, people, as we're arguing, it's getting colder.
Kills.
We have
I
unconscious people who can't technically generate their own body heat when it comes down to it. We need to start moving, or they're gonna
We
die.
should start heading back. We could also
Still
wake them up
talk and
they
walk
can
at the
back
same time.
themselves.
We could wake them up.
We came here
Look.
to talk about something and never got anywhere.
We did.
No,
we
we
now
did
all
make
know
progress.
what's going on.
No, we don't.
also-
I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what the previous information we all had was. I have no idea what we're going to do going forward. And the only thing I know for certain is that yes, there's a group called the Black Rose who is out to get us maybe. Possibly,
Okay.
but has
The
I think
reason
that's-
why we are here. Shush. The reason why we are here is in this desert. There are ruins that contain basically these tablets that have information on how to lock away the Titans. Okay, for the next however many years, 2,000 years. However, we cannot translate them at this moment in time, and these tablets are in different pieces. We have to put them together to be able to get this information. That's the reason why we're here. To answer that question, Ileana. What else are you needing to know about this?
what do we need to do? When I spoke to Crystal before, she mentioned she had talked to Howard, and that he said that the tablets were forming some kind of ancient map.
We'll probably have to wait until Howard has had the chance to actually look over and do whatever arcane thing he needs to do to figure out the map. But if map is in different pieces, if we don't have all pieces, we are not going to be able to get all the information from it. Duh?
Yes.
So what we need to be doing is the 3 other ruins that we have not yet gone to, we are going to need to go and get the tablets from.
Do
Duh?
we know where these are?
The 3 ruins? Duh. We know where they are. We have map.
Do we know what's inside of them? Because the
Yet.
last ruin
We do not know yet. We will need to do scouting mission.
Now, Crom's just going to say this straight up. Do we really have the time to do a scouting mission?
The last
If-
one that we went into before, there were these creatures that they were Drixes, and they came upon us suddenly. We had no idea they were there. They could have easily killed us all. We were ambushed by bandits. They could have easily killed us all. There were gigantic worm creatures that, had we gone a different way instead of going up, they would have killed us all. It would be good to have more information about what we're walking into,
But
because we could have all easily died.
the only-
None of you would.
The only way we're going to get information is from the town, because you have to think
That's
about this.
good. Why don't we just talk to everyone and ask them if they're willing to
The,
help?
the, the,
If
the, issue,
not,
the issue about scouting these places out, though, is they're days' travel. You know, we get
I'm
the
not-
scout out there to find out what's there. We won't know what's there until the scout
Then
comes
we can
back.
talk to the
If the
locals.
scout
Just
comes back.
keeping in mind that if you talk to the
Ileana's trying to
locals,
respond and kept being-
sorry,
Go
I
for
was
it.
gonna say what I think Winters or whoever's talking is gonna say about talking with them. That it sounds like that's what we need to do to gain more information about it. They'll have known. I mean, they've lived here their whole lives. They'll have known, oh, that's the creepy fortress that no one approaches, or they'll have known, hey, maybe when we sent people in there, only one of them came back and had stories about it, or something, anything. And
That's what we've been doing so far. Not to much success.
The last one, everyone went shopping.
but
Right.
what did
So-
you say, sir?
I said the last mission, everyone went shopping. No one actually gained information. This
So
is
in
the reason of this
speaking
one
with-
shot.
yeah. In speaking with the locals, we should be able to gain better idea of what to be expecting, and then that way we can do the shopping that we need beforehand. So if we need to be gathering healing potions, if we need to be gathering more of the desert fever poultices, if we need to be gathering, say, traps, if we need to be gathering poison antidotes.
So, do we specify which area, which place to research first, or do we research all 3 of them? Because we have enough people here, I think, to send 3 parties out.
I am
at once.
in agreement. I think we can do all 3 at once. What about the rest of you?
I agree as well.
I agree. There's a lot of us, and are we going to tell this to everyone when we get back? I realize
We don't
it'll be
have this
awkward. What?
Fair.
I said I realize it'll be awkward to share information once we get back. I mean, well, but we need to keep everybody in the loop about what's going on. And there's too many people for me to use what we're doing now with enough people.
At the very least, to the people that were not here, each of us should be basically talking to at least one or two people, and I would actually insist that you talk to two people that were not here to make sure that the information is getting to them.
Yeah.
Agreed. You have your pearl is much like the one we were given as part of the War Council. And he's looking at Ileana and I guess Navi and Sefri.
Yes.
You can share with those on your network in private in your room.
Yes.
Sefre sort of nods her head. Yep.
And I can share with those that are part of the War Council that can keep us informed. And he'll look to Mistra.
Yes.
Your thing is much... I guess he's waiting for you to do Awaken to Mind because you're not part of the link. So I presume you do.
Mm-hmm.
Your thing is much like my sister's, which is weird. Don't get me wrong. But for those that don't have a pearl, perhaps you could talk to them.
I can fill people in.
Crom is going to pipe up and go, there are certain people we don't want to tell, like that Ace fellow. He seems to not be able to hold his thoughts in his own head.
Winter looks at everybody and says, "Let me talk to Mr. Garrett. I am sure that I can talk some sense into him."
I don't understand.
Go ahead, Ileana.
I don't understand what you need to talk sense into him too if he's not going to do anything. He said he wouldn't pursue the Black Rose.
If he says he will not pursue the Black Rose, then I believe him. I have worked with the man enough times that I am knowing that when he makes a promise of that sort, he keeps his word.
Crom nods in agreement.
And I assume we're going to let him, along with everyone else, know about what's going on, what we discussed and decided. So he can weigh in.
Right now, the best thing that we can do is gather information about all three of the remaining ruins that we still have yet to go to. This may mean that some of us will have to swallow our pride, and in terms of working together, we will have to swallow pride. As much as I know we don't like to, and as much as I know we don't like to be told what to do, right now we cannot be acting as independent entities. We must be working together, and this is why Black Rose has been able to
Outmaneuver
outmaneuver us as well as they have been. At the very least, I know that each of you here has very specific abilities. Try to work with people who will complement your abilities. If you are not so good at speaking with people, take somebody who can speak.
Now, Crom is going to stand up and walk over towards the two he tied up that are unconscious and proceed. He looks back at the group and goes, now, in his head, he goes, now we can wake them up and have them walk back to the town with us. As a show of good faith, that we didn't hurt them and we found them unconscious.
Sefre in the telepathic link says, well, can you let me look at them first and make sure that they haven't been, too badly injured? I'd hate to return damaged goods back to somebody we are really trying not to anger, and I'd rather not anger him. He scares me.
Kimmel's bought and Aaron have gone and got all the others as well. So there's now 8 of them there. I'm presuming so by now we would have finished.
Crom gives back the spyglass very reluctantly, and he looks at Winter and goes, "Sorry, I'm gonna have to take the souvenir back."
She gives it back. Sifray's going to do a medicine check on all of our unconscious folks there.
Just give me one.
So 10.
I mean, they've obviously sustained injuries.
Okay.
From what you don't know, but they are all alive, breathing.
Okay. I'm going to do my healer's kit to, at the very least, try and stabilize them. Make sure they don't get any worse. No?
They're already stable.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Think non-lethal damage.
Can we make a medicine check to wake them up, or just
Slap
can
them
we do
across
it?
the face if you want. They'll wake up.
No.
Before you do that, Kimmel's going to turn around and gesture to Grom. Tie all of their hands first. They can look back, and Kimmel will take their weapons off of them. And kind of make sure there's no sharp implements or anything like that on any of them.
I would also like to check to see if they have any stupid thing to suggest, but any poison capsules in their mouths, just in case,
When have you seen it used? So that you would think of it. When have you seen it used as Crom? Because otherwise you would never think of it. Remember, this is Crom, this is not Epi.
I'm trying to think of situations as a mercenary hired to protect people. So if you ever ran into assassins, they would
Why would they kill themselves? I mean, assassins are gonna die.
Yeah, but you also get the fanatical assassins who, when captured, kind of go, right, I'm not letting you take me alive. Fuck this shit. Maybe they could just bite off their own tongue. But fuck it, never mind.
Investigation if you want.
No one might look at that one and accidentally kill one of them. So I'm just going to tie their hands together with the rope, so they can walk freely in like a weird chain thing.
Okay, so we should probably start heading back unless anybody has any other questions that need to be answered, burning questions. We will more than likely have to meet again. And Winter, this is Winter speaking, not Safray. I'm sorry, I'm just tired of doing the accent right now. We will more than likely have to meet again in figuring out how to get Misty away from the Black Rose.
Assuming we're getting Misty after we've collected all the tablets, yes?
Yes. I will insist at the very least that we get all the tablets first before we start to think about trying to spring Misty.
Crom looks at Winter, and his first thought is straight to her. Do you think they'd be tempted to use Misty as a way of getting the tablets? Like a hostage or bargaining chip? And if they did...
That depends on how well their insight is into my connection with her.
Or what Misty tells them. I mean...
Or what Misty tells them.
You saw what he did to those tieflings.
I know where he's currently holding her.
She knows what he's done to Misty.
Yeah, so I know exactly what he's done to Misty, she says.
Is she okay?
No, she's not. And I'd rather not leave him. I'd rather not leave her in his clutches for any longer than we have to.
Then perhaps while we are finding information out about these locations we're going to, you might want to look into figuring out a plan of getting her back before she can be used as leverage against us.
I think I have somebody I can talk to. I just need to get a hold of him.
So you guys heading back?
I think we're
we're
pretty much
gonna-
done. Yeah, walk and talk.
We're gonna since they're all tied together, and probably slap them all across the face in a line to wake them up.
Yeah, so you guys start getting towards the top of the actual dune, the southern, because you guys are going north, the southern dune. In what seems like an instant, every single one of them, his hands are out and they are off running.
Bye.
I rolled for it, by the way. If you need proof, I will send it.
Oh no!
They rolled a 29.
Yeah, I honestly figured that the ropes wouldn't hold them for long. Crom just waves.
It was the first.
Arrows,
It was the first. It was the first one. That's I was just like, okay. Yeah, they slip their hands out. They don't draw. They don't talk. They just disappear off into the dark.
Winter kind of narrows her eyes a bit, kind of watches them scatter in all directions, looks at Kymel and says, well, I guess we're not having to worry about, giving them back. Apparently, they're like horses. They make their own way home.
Give a little
Stay safe.
shrug.
Crom, give me a history check with advantage. You are a mercenary. You've had some inklings of
Me?
feelings. Yeah, you.
History.
At
Okay.
advantage. 23. You gain the gist of, between the rumors that you've heard previously, had you walked them back in, they would all be put to death for being captured.
Oh.
Crom. There's a moment
This
of
kind of comes into
watching
your head
them.
now.
Yeah, watching them run, and he clicks his fingers and goes, the reason they ran off is they'd probably be executed for failing their duties when they get back. It might have been a good thing to leave them out here to fend for themselves, though we kind of have their weapons now.
That's going to be awkward.
I hope they're okay.
You would also gather Kymel probably. They probably have weapons stashed somewhere. This is their home turf. Kymel has daggers hidden in his room.
Kymel carries like 22 knives.
Yeah, and you took their showing weapons, according to you.
Yeah.
They could have easily attacked you. Albeit a losing battle. Because
Out of character. Out of character. Is anyone else picturing the Suicide Squad out of Monty Python right now? I am. I don't know why.
You guys make your way back towards the gates. The guards kind of see your entire group, or are you guys splitting up again?
I think we should actually split up again.
Kymel kind of looks at you and go, it's probably not much point.
I agree with Kymel. They know that we left the city. He's probably heard information that we've left the city. If we all come back in one group, there's no. Why do you think they were all following us in the first place?
True enough. Winter kind of looks at the rest of them and says, well, at the very least, thank you, Ileana, for your special abilities. I think they came in actually quite handy, at least. They're not able to get what we were talking about, only that we were talking.
If you need me to do it when we're back in town, just let me know. I don't know how.
We more than likely will, especially those that were not able to join us. But
Hopefully
as of
we
right now,
Tap me on the shoulder twice or something, so I'll know.
I will come find you. Sephri kind of comes up to the gate and is like, "Hello, we're back."
Yeah, the doors creak open. You guys are loud again. The streets are packed. While it's cold, it's not. It's much warmer up here as you feel the temperatures rise as you kind of lift off the floor. You guys are in the city. The streets are packed. We're going to go ahead and roll initiative because people have things they want to do in the city, and we're going to do it in turn order.
Oh, that's a neat way to do it.
Oh, wait, we have tokens.
Yes, you do.
Holy crap.
Nice.
Everyone have initiative with a token? I have Nabe, I have Crom, we have Winter, Kaimel, Baresi, Lustra, Sefri, Liana. I don't have Aaron. Aaron, did you roll? Aaron, are you here?
Don't think he's here.
And Adam is a 0.
He's not here.
If he comes back, then he's in. He's going last. Okay, you guys are back generally within Shroudlight. That being said, where are you going, Mr.?
Are there any chapels or anything in Shroudlight?
There is no sort of religion in the city at all.
This place needs to burn to the ground. I mean, I think I'm just gonna make it back to the tavern.
You're not going out anywhere? Just gonna call it
No.
the tavern?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. is out of initiative. Crom.
Crom. I'm not entirely sure. Odd question, but from my merc history, would I have a sneaking suspicion of places to go, or
For what
like
aspect of it? Sneaking
a
suspicious
good place
to go to do what?
like barter information, or if there's like a way to find if there's a broker?
Taverns are usually good places to get information.
Well, instead of going back to our usual tavern, I might go to... There was a second and a third tavern, wasn't there?
There is the hostel and there is the tavern. The old rapier and the unwritten scroll.
I'm not gonna go to the unwritten scroll. I'm gonna go to the old rapier.
Okay. Crom sets off, headed towards the old rapier. Is anyone else? Is that the target location for anyone else that has not gone? Okay, Crom goes alone.
I know Kimmel will go with him.
Okay, that's Kimmel's turn then too. So he doesn't go somewhere else. Okay. So Kimmel and Crom make their way to the. You guys walk by actually the Farwell Inn to the southern side of the city. It is a poorer kind of area. However, you guys walk your way into. It's about a 3-story building, made out of sandstone, wooden door. You know, it kind of swings both ways, as there is a number of individuals, as well as the bartender, who is a human male standing behind the counter. There is, it's night, I'll do that. There is 22 people residing inside.
Can I make a perception check to see if there are any, people concealing a black rose symbol on them, or...
It'd be an investigation. You're looking for fine details. I mean, there's a couple shady-looking individuals, but you can't tell if they're associated or not.
I shrug, and step inside.
Okay, Crom walks in. You know, the ale is flowing, and the people are generally in good moods. Quite a few of them look to you as you walk in.
He's going to sit down at the bar and just look at the barkeep, or...
Male, the human male bartender, kind of looks to you and says, "What can I do for you?"
A drink for me and my friend here. He looks towards Kimmel. He's like, "Would you like wine or ale?"
What wines have you got?
He kind of looks to like the 2 bottles of wine, like dusts them off, goes, "There's something. We don't get too many people that drink wine here." The labels,
Then I'll
it's
get
so
an ale.
old, the label's just illegible. An ale?
He'll look. Then I guess I'll have an ale.
Okay. He says, "We do have some specialty shots, if you're interested." He puts down 2.
No.
Crom shakes his head. No, I've had a bad time with shots.
Outsiders. They always do. He puts down 2 mugs of ale in front of you.
What's the damage?
Normally it'll cost a copper.
Okay, so he hands up the coppers and he goes, we've been recently exploring, and I was hoping for some information on some of the local tourist spots, you could call them. Dangerous tourist spots, but tourist spots all the same.
He looks to you and says, 5 blocks up, go north, towards the north gate. And he's trying to cut 3 blocks to the west, and that's the Trinity. It's not as dangerous as you might think.
No, not looking for companionship. I'm looking for information on even stories. Don't have to make sense on. I'm gonna pick the City of Bones because that's the only one I can bloody remember.
He kind of looks at you oddly and goes, and just holds his hand out.
What kind of price are you charging?
He looks at you and goes, "The information you get is the information you pay for."
Crom kind of looks at his very empty coin purse and sighs and hands over his last 5 gold.
Bites
We'll
it,
see this and add 10 gold.
takes Kimmel's, bites it as well, and drops it in. What exactly do you want to know?
What can we expect if we go to this place? Like,
You know its name, do you not?
I expect there to be dead things there, or maybe skeletons, but like, what are the stories about this place? How do I put this? There's always a hint of truth in every legend.
It was once a great port town that plummeted off, unlike Shroudlight, into what is now as a desert, the lake floor. The people didn't have a chance. They still haunt the lands.
Is there any known reason why they still haunt the lands?
I would guess, much like every undead, the fact that they have unfinished business.
Truly a sad sight.
Sad, it's horrific. You may enter, and then you may become one of them. That's what's happened to everyone else.
Have you heard of any particular scary beasts? Like, there's undead, and then there's
He,
seriously
balks.
undead.
He balks at you and is like, "No one comes back. Where would I hear it from?
It
The
was
ground is
worth
covered in skeletons.
It was worth asking. I
They
mean,
don't leave, however. They stay within the pass."
that's good to know. Thank you.
Can you say that one more time, Seth?
Did you say that one more time, Seth? Oh, okay.
They they stay within the pass. They don't leave the city.
If no one has returned, sir, do you mind me asking?
Mind if you ask what?
If no one has returned, how do you know this?
People have looked from the outside to see the skeletons moving around. Why do you think it was named aptly the City of Bone?
Do they go through their daily routines?
No one's ever really studied them, that I know.
Thank you. Again.
Those
Problem
who
starts
stood
to...
outside, do you know where, if they are still in the city?
If who's still in the city?
People who stood outside.
They are not. The ones that stood outside and look in told the rest of us.
I was just wondering if those people might still be around.
I think it's not 15 gold.
For how much gold?
50. I'll give you a name.
Can I insight just to, like, if I give him this 50 gold,
You can make an insight.
like...
Sev, I'd also like to make a perception to see who's, like, listening in on the conversation.
You believe that he will actually tell you a name.
Then Kimmel will reach in to one of the coin purses and give him the money.
No, and Crom, there's a few people there that are listening about. None seem overly interested. City of Abandon. He takes 50 and says, the person you are looking for is, just check my notes here, is Levin, Levin.
Levin.
First question is, do any of the people on that perception check seem to be purposely ignoring the conversation?
No.
Okay. And secondly, in Azcrom, would you happen to know where Levin lounges around?
I would.
Is that also going to cost us?
Information costs.
You know, I'm very good at cleaning lavatories. I could go clean yours if you want to trade that information for that.
He laughs. You act like we have lavatories here.
It was a good, chance of my arm.
And how much for his whereabouts?
100 gold.
Can I
Really?
insight to see if he would do it for a lower price?
Sure.
Shit.
However, when he nat ones, he would do it for a lesser price.
Oh, sweet.
He still beats you, but he nat one.
Crom looks and goes, now that price is a little too steep.
And that's the price of it.
Crom shakes his head at Kimmel and is like, I think we can find him by ourselves.
Agreed.
I mean, they're people who gladly accept to point us in the right direction for much cheaper price.
Nice.
Okay. So how is everyone tonight? Is everyone else?
Good. How are you?
Oh. I'm good. Sorry if I upset you earlier, Firefly.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I made you mad.
I could never be mad with you. Aww.
I'm gonna lose my own character.
You didn't make me mad either. What did you say?
I said I'm going to wind up losing my only character.
No, you're not. Relax.
No, this is an ICA decision of hers. She doesn't feel like she can trust this group right now.
Why?
Well, in her eyes, she just got told by a dragon who's been in hiding for God only knows how long that this man is betraying you, and the people are like, no, he's not. He has no reason to. And
When
she's like,
did the dragon say he was betraying us? That's what I don't
actually,
understand.
that was actually like I can just screenshot it for OOC purposes. But the dragon literally said there is one amongst your number who is betraying you and looking for this group. He is a masked man. Up until that point, she had heard about Garrett, but the only description she got was it's a man with a mask.
Can I say something? And this is the thing about brass dragon. Well, most dragons. Sometimes they like to speak in metaphors.
That doesn't sound like a
From
metaphor.
what I
That's
remember,
pretty
I don't
direct.
think he said. Sorry. I don't think. I'll have to go back and look.
Like
Or listen to it
I
again.
can't pull up exactly what was told to my character, and I've been staring at it for like the past couple minutes just to make sure that I wasn't misreading it or misinterpreting it. And like, no. And I was like, they're watching your entire group. They nearly killed the others in their sleep. One of them wishes to meet with them and possibly dooming you all.
Right, that's not the same as betraying.
And they said it gave me a clue
Yeah, no.
as to who it is, and it says a man in the mask.
To
As far
be,
as
It's
I
not
know.
necessarily betraying.
yeah, no. To be honest, it might just turn out that two strong personalities clash. Because Mr. Garrett has a very strong personality, and Jared has also a very strong personality.
I thought the dragon was warning us about was that, hey, this person, he didn't know his name, was Garrett, was going to go talk with them, even though we had said, hey, that we weren't going to mess with each other. And doing that would get them involved with us. So that's why he was like...
Out of
That
curiosity,
being said, however, Jarrett actually did give Winter a petrified rose to say if you ever wanted to get in contact with me again to strike up another business deal, this is how you do it. So,
out of curiosity, did anyone lie to the dragon?
no.
We weren't able to lie to the dragon.
No, we could have. We just chose not to. It would have been
Okay,
bad.
no, because brass dragons are very two-sided about that. If you lie to it, it could take it as a well-placed prank, and prank you back. On the other hand, it could just kill you outright.
Well, at the time that it was going on, the time in which we were the time where we were being questioned, none of us knew it was a dragon. We didn't know it was a brass dragon. All we heard was a deep booming voice going in almost into our heads up the cave, telling us to ascend. That's all we knew. And it wasn't until we got to the opposite end of it that we understood that it was the ancient brass dragon. Like, that's literally what it took. We didn't know up until that point that we were facing a dragon.
See, I haven't actually watched it because I don't want to meta in any way. So,
But yeah, Shay found out who it was this morning. That was fun.
Yeah.
oh, yeah. Did you know the first person to actually know who it was Ace?
No, I'm pretty sure the first person to know who it was Bridget because she found out before all this kicked off.
About
Yeah, Brenya figured out before anybody else did because she asked.
Before you met the brass dragon?
Yeah.
Okay, no, it's because the brass dragon actually whispered to Ace and said he was a dragon.
Well, Shay
At
was
any-
talking this morning and cast a message, and obviously you can't change your voice in message, so
By the way, I bet you sound tired. This is a bet I hear, right?
You scared her off. There she is.
very emotional. It's an emotional stream.
Aw.
We cried lots of times. I can't remember over my tea.
Good crying or bad crying?
I've been crying. I'm not crying now. It's okay.
So just as a reminder, hi Twitch. Good to see you. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Twitch.
Alright.
Don't forget. Yeah, it's Zephy, it's obviously a decision you're gonna have to work through or come through on your own. Or, I mean, certainly you can either talk to Winter or talk to Sephray. That's completely up to you. Those options are currently available to you.
Shut up.
Anybody that was there with you?
Hey Josh,
Hi,
we're on
Josh.
Twitch.
Say hi to Twitch, Josh.
Say hi. Again.
Or not.
You don't have to.
That's
Bye. So, because I'm not actually on Twitch because I don't want spoilers.
What did you say?
Let's just say there was a whole lot of stuff that went on that happened yesterday, aside from the one shot, but also, yeah, the Black Rose basically doing a show of force and trying to intimidate the hell out of people in the tavern. Currently trying to find the name of the brass dragon that is currently.
I'm still trying to
in
figure
there.
out why they're after the brass dragon. It just timing is a little bit,
There's
you know.
There's
Brass
two
dragons.
types of dragons. We've seen brass, like metallic and chromatic dragons, have always had a war. It could be that the blue dragons want to find the brass dragon to kick them out of their territory so they have more control of it.
Again, it's a possibility, but
The brass
It's all
I don't
a
think
giant
so.
territory war. It's all
I
a
mean,
giant
it could be.
The
I mean-
brass dragon said that the Black Rose had been looking for him for years. So I know dragons live a long time. It doesn't matter, but
Welcome back.
welcome back.
I'm just gonna look at Kimmel like, do you want to handle this? You know, that rolling eye movement. That's like, you handle this.
So, sorry, where did we leave off?
Basically, I'm trying to get a lower price. And you're the one with the gold.
Kimmel's gonna pay him. Gonna sit at the bar because he is. And I'm very tired. And he's gonna say, "I'm gonna give you the 100 gold. The next question my friend asks you is free. Deal?"
Persuasion. At 16, he says, the 100 gold for the direction. The unwritten scroll. And drops the gold into the his pouch, leans back up, and says, I have other customers to attend to.
Later.
And he walks away. So that is Karam. Ileana, where are you off to?
If she can, Ileana's gonna go back to the general store and apologize to the shopkeeper.
You go into the
there.
bazaars. You weren't actually in the general store when that happened.
Oh, well, cool. I'll go there then.
Okay. Ileana kind of heads down into the markets. Again, still bustling at this time of night. You see the shopkeeper. He's there, he kind of glares a bit at you.
Hi.
Hello.
I came to apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. That's not accepting your offer.
And he looks, roll persuasion.
Oh.
He looks at you and says, apology accepted. You may maintain the normal rate for outsiders. And kinds to, tidy up his stall.
What's your name?
My name, dear, is Nicholas.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Nicholas. My name's Ileana.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Ileana. Well, it was more of a pleasure to take your gold, if I'm going to be honest with you.
I imagine it was.
Is there anything else I can do for you tonight?
Well, that depends. Do you sell shields?
I don't. 2 stalls down.
Oh, do you sell daggers?
Next stall over.
Oh.
I
What do you
deal
sell?
in the potions that you bought.
Are those really specially crafted and made? by
Oh, they are
yourself?
the most handcrafted, rare potion bottles you've ever seen.
Cool. Does somebody in town do that work?
No, they happen to be made in Dustcross, south end of the desert.
Oh. I'll have to go visit then.
It's a lovely place. On the south end, you can even see grass.
Really?
Yes.
Cool. Can I inside him?
Which part are you inside in?
The part about if there's grass there.
Yeah, go ahead inside. Yeah, there is grass in the south end of Dustcross.
Cool. And a stall down and 2 stalls down, you said?
Yes.
Thank you again.
Yeah, you can buy a dagger and a shield for double value. So if it was, I think the shield will cost you 20 gold, and the dagger I think is going to be 4. You can double check in the SRD.
Okay. So that'd be 24, let's say. If not, I'll change
Yeah.
it later.
Yep.
Alright, cool.
All right, Varesi.
All right, so she's looking for her shopkeeper. I
So
don't
you were
think
heading
they're
to
the
the
same
general
one.
store.
Yes.
Okay. You walk back into the large general store. Almost again looks like a Salvation Army style. There's things everywhere, but they're high quality. They're very magical in nature. As I have a channel for the pin. The gnome is actually sitting there at it, tinkering with something.
Does he look up when she walks in, or no?
He says, "Oh, look, my fortune has changed."
I came here to humble myself.
Oh?
Yes. I do apologize for my behavior yesterday. Your generosity, while unearned, deserved a lot more respect than what I gave you.
He kind of looks to you. So, still not quite buying it yet. Yes, that is the understatement of the day.
I will not make excuses for my behavior. I am not used to having control over my purchases. My brother tended to do that for me. I shan't be doing that again. And she kind of makes a face like, oh God, I'm never doing this again.
It can be persuasion to see if he believes you or not.
Okay. Give me 1 second, because Roll20 decided that I hated my guts.
Winter, you're on deck. I said Winter was on deck.
Oh, thank you.
Did you get your roll, or you need me to roll for you?
I would like for you to roll for me, because Roll20 just kicked me off again.
Okay.
On deck means you're up next.
Next, yeah. 24, he it's definitely a good roll. As he looks you up and down and says, "Your humbling has been accepted. We shall see if it's the truth if we do business again."
She nods a little bit. Yes, sir. Thank you for your understanding.
He then looks at farewell, princess.
Her eyes goes wide.
And that will be where we transition. Winter.
Okay, Winter is going to stealth to try and sort of blend in with the crowd so that folks don't figure out where she's going. Either her own party or members of Black Rose that happen to be sort of following them.
At the same point, to them, you're a little bit easier to spot because of the outside attire.
21.
Yeah, pretty much feel pretty good about blending into the crowd.
Okay. She is actually going to head, I believe, I wrote it down here. Yes, she is going to the Unwritten Scroll. Now, she has been there before. She is familiar with Quickie.
Yes.
So that's the reason why
You've been
she's
a patron
going to the
before,
Unwritten.
right?
Sorry?
You've been a patron before?
Yes.
Just a private room downstairs, upstairs?
Yeah, just a private room downstairs. Yeah, just private room downstairs. They didn't go like hog wild or anything like that, but I mean they partook. They had a good time.
Yeah. So as you open the door, or it's not even the door at this point. You just kind of step through the silks as they are draped over the entrance and into the main kind of foyer with all the offshoot rooms that are again just covered by drapes on the first floor. Winter, my dear.
Quickie, good to see you.
Good evening. No strapping tiefling with you tonight?
No, unfortunately, I left the young man at home today. How are you?
He kind of grins slightly and, would you like one?
Maybe later.
He kind of then waves to. There was a tiefling on the corner. Oh, sorry, dear. She's not looking for company tonight.
Not tonight, no. she kind of, swaggers her way over as Turkin swagger. You know the winter swagger.
Oh, yes.
And she's like, actually, I'd like to, are you able to talk for a little bit? Or are you, on the floor today?
Oh, I can make a bit of time.
What
is this about, however?
It is just wanting to get to know the sort of lay of the land. I've been here for, a week now.
You do realize this will cost, right?
Yes.
You have been a patron, but...
I know it will cost. I'm not that stupid.
He waves as a young elven male kind of steps behind the counter, and he says, then my office?
If you would prefer.
Yeah, we kind of walk up to the fourth floor. There's actually what looks to be like a gilded door. And he says, right this way. He kind of cracks it up and lets you enter first.
Okay.
You walk in, the room is phenomenally decorated. He is a little self-centered. He does have a bust of himself, in complete gold. And he sits down. As you sit down in the chair, it's very comfortable. You almost kind of sink in. Very comfortable, very lavish. Especially when you look at the rest of the place. Appears extremely lavish. He sits behind, kind of throwing one of his legs over the other, and says, what exactly are you asking for, now that there is no prying ears?
Yes, because of course we all know the walls have ears around here.
The ears have ears, my dear.
Indeed. I'm actually looking to see if you might know a little bit of information about the Vault of Dishonor.
To say that the name alone doesn't make my infernal skin crawl.
I know it's not the most arousing of topics, Quickie, but information would be a good thing to have.
He says, were you part of the group that traveled to the Nightmare Burrow? You went in yourself.
You cut out there, Seth.
Were you part of the group that went to the Nightmare Burrow?
And she says, I was.
You actually didn't go there, did you? Winter did.
No, the Nightmare Burrow she did.
No, you went to the Burrow of Gloom.
Oh, okay, then she'll be
just
no,
to
I
fix that for you.
Yeah, sorry.
Sephra
so
went.
It'll be Sephra went. So she'll be like, no, I unfortunately did not go.
How much do you know of the place?
The Nightmare Burrow?
Yes, what stories were you told? I don't think you were told anything.
Yeah, and she basically says, I wasn't told anything.
My pure-blooded kin of the devil side are locked up in there.
Okay.
The vault is not a land of treasure. It is also a prison.
Same thing with the Vault of Dishonor is what you're saying.
Yes. However,
okay.
They're much more demonic in nature.
Hence why it is called the Vault of Dishonor.
Yes. However, there's only one right path. Anywhere else, and you'll open a cell.
Do you happen to know this right path, or do you know someone who knows the right path?
If I knew this right path, my dear, I would go and let every single one of them out. Everyone that I've sent there, has found a trap and subsequently been exterminated.
Obviously, you are not knowing what kind of traps. Obviously, they're not physical traps.
They've never returned.
Okay, she's like, she'll motion for him, like if he happens to have like a hookah in the room.
No, there's one like sitting on the desk.
Okay, she'll be like, well, let's make this, a proper meeting, and she'll actually, put over, like slide over. Well, let's start off with 20 gold for the time being.
He says,
For his trouble.
He goes, well, I guess I'm supplying the party then. He takes out a small, like, gilded sort of case and puts the tobacco into the hookah.
Okay.
As, he lights it up and partakes and says, then, since you asked me for some information, how about you give me some of yours?
I'll see what I can do for you.
What exactly is this agreement between you and the Rose? I am no friend of theirs. Don't worry about that.
My agreement initially, and actually I'm going to insight check him before, just because she is at 22.
He is not a friend of the Black Rose.
Okay. She actually makes no effort to hide her disdain at the name. Hold on. She basically says, well, the initial arrangement that I had with Jared was basically one of non-involvement, because of course the first day that we got here, him and his goons showed up at the Farwell Inn with a box full of tiefling head. And I do apologize for that.
He chuckles. Ah, that little bitch. She wasn't as smart as she thought, was she?
Ah, obviously Blue Tiefling came to see you, did she?
Oh, darling, she tried. She tried to use her little charm, but much like you, I'm not of the female persuasion, dear.
Good. And I'm not trying to get into your pants, Quickie. I just appreciate the finer.
I'm aware. That is why I had the other men on standby.
Ah. Either way, the agreement that I had made with Jared was for his non-involvement, while myself and my group were able to get around to all of the ruins unmolested.
Well, unfortunately, it would seem that Mr. Undertree attempted to summon them.
And I'm not entirely sure why, to be quite honest.
Interesting character, that one. The conversation I would like to have with him as well.
In regards to?
Well, he's obviously looking to make business arrangements. I have my resources, much like Jared has his.
Garrett does have his resources, though. It might be beneficial for you to enter into a business arrangement with him. I would be more than happy to enter into business arrangement with you as well. I have business back home that would be much enriched, I think, with the sort of setup that you have here, like with the hookah parlor, the lounges.
About the front. Well, yes, we have plenty of resources for that as well.
Technically, I am running a whorehouse.
He pulls out a card and hands it to you.
Okay.
And says, in terms of your establishment, we can easily talk business. That, my dear, will only involve me. In terms of Mr. Undertree's involvement, that is one, well, I will have to have someone arrive here for. But I believe it could be mutually beneficial to you. Because obviously we have a common enemy in Jared.
We do. He also currently possesses a friend of mine that I would very much not...
Misty.
Do you know Misty?
Oh, I do know Misty.
I'm gonna try and hide
Go ahead.
with sleight of hand my Winter's sort of
Shock?
guilt.
But is
Shock?
Is it shock? Because Winter knows that she's from here.
Yeah, no, she knows. It's not so much shock. It's
Guilt?
it's the guilt she's trying to hide. 19.
Well, let me make a insight roll with him. I'm going to do it in the open because I forgot to roll. Put GM roll. No, he'll not one. you hide your guilt.
Okay. She basically is like,
Jared has
I'm
your
seeing.
message.
Yeah.
He's from
I have
yours.
seen some of the things, and I am aware of some of the things that Mr. Jared does to people who cross him.
Mhm.
He's a bit of a bully in that regard.
There's always a bigger kid on the playing field, my dear.
There is, but at the same time, I keep hearing tell that Jared is necessary evil.
There's always a necessary evil out there. If you remove one, someone else will step into the role.
This is true. Things do not behave in a void, for the lack of a better term.
That is why I'm here.
Do you have a way that you would be able to be getting Misty away from Jared?
I only need the location, my dear.
I happen to have this location.
Oh, I'd be happy to bring Misty out of his clutches.
Tell you what then. As a favor, I will tell Mr. Garrett that it would be in his interest to perhaps come and see you, huh?
Yes, that would be a very
In
lovely
exchange, I would like to get Misty the hell out of Dodge.
idea. You get her out of Jared's clutches.
Da,
Is what you wish.
da.
Easily able to be done. I mean, there would be blood, but the sand's always stained with blood.
I've noticed. There is nothing else that you would be able to be telling me about the Vault of Dishonor?
That is all I knew. I'm
Okay.
A little shy to go in myself. Prison for my kind and all.
Da. Alright. She will actually, for his time, also hand over another 10 gold. Just
Okay.
because he's been more than accommodating. And they've actually been able to sort of establish kind of a business relationship, for the lack of a better term.
Yes. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, she'll spend sort
You'll
of
make some time.
courtesy time. Yeah.
Which is fine.
While
He's
she's
also
there.
running a business, so he's not going to make you stay around for nothing. Probably finish up the small bit of hookah that you guys had.
Yeah,
Anything else
basically.
before you leave? Just so I know that we can
Uh,
move you out of this place, go into your next target, and not return. I know you have,
yeah,
some
no,
people have
after-
multiples.
Yeah, no. After that, she is going to head back to the Farwell.
Okay,
And
she's
I will
done?
actually she's pretty much done.
Okay.
I will make the attempt, though, to blend into the crowd and not be seen going back to the Farwell.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll me a stealth, and then it'll be Sephiroth's turn.
A 27 stealth.
Yeah, you pretty much feel pretty good, confident about your blending in. Yeah, Versi, we're going back around until you guys all return to the Farwell. Unless you're buying magical goods, you wouldn't be in that shop anyways. what is Sefri doing? Is she doing anything specifically? Or?
Sefri, of course, will do her normal.
Sorry.
Oh, actually, no. I had a plan.
Did you tell him the location
of Misty? Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna mark that down. Okay.
Sefri will. This is going to be very interesting.
Oh God.
Because Sefri is going to go into the Trinity.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, so Sefri finds her way to the House of Pleasure, as there are what you would expect in a medieval whorehouse. Up front, there are ladies propositioning potential Johns as they walk by. There is red drapes hanging everywhere. And there is
somebody in the background singing Roxanne.
Pretty much. You
don't have to put on the red light.
As she kind of walks in fully armored, right?
Yes. Basically, because that's how Sefri do.
There is a drow very scantily dressed, leaning as Sefri walks in. It's almost like it's a very. You ever step into like bed and breakfast, like a very small area, a waiting room, and everything else is rooms?
Yeah.
That's what you're going into. There's definitely, red drapes hanging down. There is very questionable art, according to Sefri. Very questionable art, according to Sefri.
Okay.
How she looks at her and just, are you here to partake in the pleasures, my dear?
Sefri, of course, is this brilliant red, as her eyes sort of flare wide and looks at the drow like she's been.
She's barely wearing anything.
Yeah, like, and then of course the moment she sees that, she sort of averts her gaze and is like looking up at the ceiling, and it's like, oh, hi,
There's a beautiful mural on the ceiling, by the way.
Define mural.
The entire thing is covered in what could be considered pornographic material.
Oh! So then she's like, looks down at her shoes like they are suddenly the most interesting thing in the world to her. It's like, no, not to, partake, no,
then you wish to work?
No,
You'll have to, have to drop the armor.
No. I'm here to offer my services as a healer. That's the only type of work I do.
Well, healing.
I just do healing.
The soul, my dears.
No.
Many ways.
No. As in disease, sickness, injury.
A very tonal change. Are you saying that my girls are diseased?
No.
Are you saying that my men are diseased?
You have men here?
There is the dwarf. He might be. But the rest are, I can tell you, are clean.
I am not insisting that any of them are. However, I am looking for information on she kind of leans forward and whispers to this drow, the city of the abandoned.
Is that a new position, or?
I'm kind of new here. I'm supposed to be going to this place, and I don't know, it was one of the local ruins. And she looks incredibly uncomfortable, still looking down at her shoes.
The drow puts two fingers under Sefri's chin and lifts her head to look. Now, mind you, not all the way up because Sefri's much taller than this drow, standing at 6 something. Just looks into her eyes and says, "My dear, I deal in flesh, not legend."
Oh, I should go then.
I'm telling you, you can relax here.
No, thank you.
Man, woman, both?
No, thank you. Thank you
Nanny?
very much for your time. You've been very, very helpful as she starts to slowly back away. Bright
Give me a
red.
perception
awkward-
check as the door opens upstairs.
Nat one.
She does not
She
say
is
too good.
so damn embarrassed right now.
She just kind of hurries out the door.
Yeah, basically it's like starts backing away as awkwardly as she can. I'm sure she falls at least once.
I'm sure.
Gets back up and is like, I'm okay, I'm leaving, and leaves.
There's an audible chuckle by the two outside.
And just like she beelines back towards the sort of like the main area where she was, like amongst the poor people again, where she strangely feels far more comfortable.
Okay. Is she done, or is there anything else she wants to accomplish?
No, like she'll go about doing like her healing.
Yeah, I'm talking about like any other investigation she'd like to have in this one shot.
See, I mean, part of the thing is that she doesn't know exactly what she's looking for. That's the problem.
Okay. I will leave her on the turn order for now, and then we can go back.
Okay. Okay.
Aaron is not here, so I'm taking him off the order. Crom is not here, so I'm taking him off the order. Ilyana, did you have anything else, my dear?
If it was discussed that they were going to go here to get information, I assume?
Yes.
And which ones everybody was going to look for?
I don't think that was ever discussed.
Then I want to ask for information, but I don't know what's been said.
Well, what would Ilyana do, knowing that you have a number of locations to go? Where would she go to find information? Is the first key.
She would go to a bookstore or a merchant that deals in books.
Yeah, there's a stall of books. There's also the rarer books would be considered in that general, and I use the term loosely, general store.
Okay.
So, where would you like to go? You can go to the stall, or you can go to the general store.
I'll try the stall.
Okay. There is a... One second here. A female dwarf sitting there.
Okay.
And she looks to you as you get that she's kind of packing up a little bit as it's starting to get colder. Can I help you, my dear?
Hi. Yes, I hope so. I hope I won't keep you out too late. I was looking to see if you had any books to sell.
Oh, I have plenty of books to sell. What exactly are you looking for?
Oh, fantastic. Do you have anything about maybe local legends?
Which exactly local legends are you pertaining to? Help me get the proper book for you, of course. This is my job, after all.
Of course. I was looking maybe information on ruins or cities of the past that were around here.
Yes. You are an outsider, am I not mistaken?
Oh, yes.
A damn shame, because how some of these people treat you? Uncivilized. However, do you speak Sandspeak?
Sandspeak?
Yes, the language of this desert. It's a variation on what you would call common, what we're speaking right now.
Oh, I don't speak Sandspeak.
Does one of your compatriots, however, might speak it? Or have a way about reading it arcanely?
Perhaps. There might be a spell for
The
that.
only legend books I have are in Sandspeak, unfortunately. Yeah. She pulls out one rather thick. To be honest with you, it's a really thick book. She puts it down, and immediately the characters are different. Than you immediately realize, like, oh shit, I can't make this out. With your normal eyes. But she goes, I don't have anything in common. There are some people that actually don't speak common in this city. They only speak the Sandspeak. The less fortunate of the people.
Oh, that's okay. That just means they have like their own language. That's cool.
Yes. Are you interested in this book?
I am.
It will, unfortunately, and I'm not charging you more. It is 100 gold.
That seems reasonable. It's a very pricey book, it seems like.
It is. It's a fantastic story, though.
Is it?
It's very interesting. Many different theories about how this once lake turned into a pile of sand.
Does sound interesting.
So then, you have the coin.
I do. And she'll reach up and take a patch off and her gold coin.
Well, isn't that fantastic? She looks you over and says, if you pull that, and she points to one of the massive patches. If you pull that off, do dogs appear?
Yes.
Yes. She gives you the 100 gold back. Give me one of those patches. Fair trade.
But do you want dogs in your shop?
I do. I'm heading home tomorrow.
Oh, where's home?
Cloudcross, my dear. It's a much more civilized place.
Never been. Is it far away?
It's quite a journey. There's a caravan leaves tomorrow morning, and there'll be very little in terms of stalls for a few days before the next caravan arrives. But I would have to come back to this place for at least 3 weeks.
Huh.
I get to go home to my beautiful oceanside view, and the only sand I have to see is a beach.
Must be a good change.
Oh, it's a lovely place. That, and they always look at me out there.
Why?
Because I carry myself like a noble.
Are you a noble?
No, my dear, just civilized.
Huh. Oh. I pull off my patch and give it to her.
She takes it. She doesn't put it down so it doesn't summon. She's like, I shall keep these in case I need them. She sticks it in a pouch that she then puts underneath her robes. Then the book is all yours. May you have a wonderful time reading it, if you can. Unfortunately,
Thank you. I hope I can. I don't suppose you have any books on Sandspeak.
I do. I should. Give me one moment, please. She kind of rifles through like an actual thing that she'd already packed up. She finds, again, it's an not equally thick, but thicker than your normal book. She says it'll be hard to learn, but it could allow you to somewhat translate. It's more of a common to send speech dictionary, my dear.
That sounds fantastic to learn.
It's much cheaper, however.
Oh, is it? Good.
It will only be 25 gold.
Okay. And that I'll give to her.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me hand you the other book. Do you require any wrapping? Or are you clear to carry them on your own?
Wrapping? What do you mean?
Packaging these if they're gifts. You don't have a way to carry them.
Oh, I do. Sure.
She pulls out like a sheet of almost what looks like parchment, but it's thicker. Similar to what you would think like of as like a cardboard wrapping, like that brown kind of packaging like thing. She kind of packages them up, takes I think a string, ties them, and hands them to you where you can carry them.
Thank you. That's very handy.
It is. Uh, Something the rest of these merchants don't exactly care to do for their customers.
Well, thank you for making the effort.
Oh,
I'm Iliana.
you Ileana?
My
name is.
name's Iliana.
I'm Bylan.
Violet.
Bylan,
Nice
yes.
to meet you.
I'll type it out for her.
Thank you.
If you ever make your way to Cloudcross, my dear, at the peak of the trade route, you'll see a magnificent sign of books, and the library there. My personal collection that I sell to only the wealthy is quite extensive.
I shall be sure to. If I happen to make my way there, I'll be sure to look you up because it sounds amazing.
Of course, my dear. Well then, I have packing to do, and you have reading to do, so enjoy.
I do.
As
Yes.
you'll transition, we'll pick back up with Veresi.
Have a safe travel.
So she's
too.
still at the shop with the.
You
person
are,
who
yeah,
called her-
just as you heard, farewell, princess.
Okay, just to be clear, did he call her Manza or just princess?
Just princess, speaking in the common tone.
Okay. She just kind of looks at him for a long time, like she's trying to figure out whether or not he knows or not. Why do you call me that?
Because it's your appropriate title, my dear. Well, for here they would call you princess. However, I can't remember what they would call you where you're from.
She kind of like shakes her hand. She's like, it's not necessary, please.
I'm aware it's not necessary, and I'm also aware if I told certain people in this town, well, the bounty on your head, or information, I should say, the ransom, it's less of a bounty, because you didn't do anything wrong, but, you know, they might get some greed. There are plenty of poor people willing to take a risk.
She kind of pales a little bit. She's like, yes, okay. Well, I was hoping you had information about the ruins in the area. She looks completely and utterly flustered at this point, like she can't.
Don't worry, my dear, no one else knows. And your reason for running away from home is none of my concern.
Thank you. I suppose I should find a way of disguising myself, or at least covering myself up. Perhaps not showing my heritage as much.
My dear, understand, no one cares about your family here. If anything, you should cover yourself up to keep your life, much rather than stay away from home.
That is quite the point. I don't fancy dying anytime soon.
Neither did any noble here before. But they all were killed in one night. Every last one.
She gulps.
However, they have no reason to hate you.
Well, I would like to not give them one. I'll have to change my clothing a little bit. Now, about the local legends of this area, there's 3, and I was hoping that you would know something about them. You seem to know everything else.
Again, information in this town is paid for.
Oh yes, of course. And
what do you offer?
She looks at him like she's kind of helpless. Like she doesn't really know what to offer that would satisfy.
The more you pay, the more information you get.
Okay. She hands over, I guess, 20 gold pieces. To start, she puts her hand out to say,
Again,
like,
he does bite on them, make sure they are real, and puts them in a safe. And says, "Which of the 3 would you like to know about?"
Now, this is where I am messed up because I don't. Is one of them the
There
City of
is
Bones?
the City of Bones, the City of the Abandoned, and the Vault of Dishonor would be the ones that you are aware you still have to go to.
Okay. Okay. Can we start with the City of Bones, please?
Undead travel those lands. No one returns. It is mere legend or ghost story told by parents that if you've wandered that far out, once you enter, well, you stay there as a resident. An undead resident, however. Scouts in the area looked, and they've seen undead walking, but they stick inside their towns. And it was, mind you, it was a small town. They stick within. They don't leave the valley. Now, whether that's arcane or a ritual or who knows, but that is what we know.
Huh. So no one has tried to send the undead on their way?
Oh,
or
no.
have they tried and
My
failed?
dear, many have tried. They've just never returned.
Uh-huh. Alright. Well,
Though, I will tell you, from where I'm sitting, and what I deal with, I've paid quite the man to to go there. The residents of the city still live there, which means they didn't get rid of any of their belongings. These things are thousands of years old. Their worth could be immense.
Understood. And, well, my group and I are planning on going there anyway. If you would like, perhaps I can bring you back something if you have an idea of what you would want.
My dear, bring back as much as you can, and we will then talk terms. I will evaluate things, and we shall go from there, but in terms of an upfront, I've learned to not pay people to go up front there. Because, well, they don't return, and I just end up with less coin than I had before.
Understood. I will bring back as much as I can, and I guess we'll figure it out from there. What was the other place? The City of Bones, the
Vault,
okay.
Vault of Dishonor.
Okay. Alright. She pulls out another 20 gold. And she hands it over to him. She's like, alright. The Vault of the Dishonored. What do you know of that?
I know that its name is a misleading sort of term. The vault, at least. Many a enterprising young fellow has attempted to go there. They have arrived, and by the way, Mirth, if you want to join us on Roll20 and investigate stuff, you can, as you're getting up. They have attempted to take the vault's riches, only to leave another door and another creature guarding it.
Creature guarding it? What manner of creature?
I believe in the common tongue that they are referred to as ghouls or ghasts. However, they aren't the ones getting the kills. They are just merely the poor souls that failed in the trial.
There's a trial of sorts.
Well, there must be some rooms without traps because they've made it somewhere. The others, however, are dead. There is more than one person interested in that place, I can tell you that.
Oh, like who?
Those from a land farther south.
Forgive me, I haven't seen the map.
Whether it be Cloudcross, Summerguard, or Dustcross, those are the only 3 cities through the mountains. the south end of the desert.
Thank
There, my dear, you would be treated like royalty as you were.
you. She kind of makes a face. I think I prefer not to be.
Ah, my dear. The lavishness of life was stuff that, well, if they were alive, the nobles here would miss.
I missed some things, not all of it, but
Responsibilities are a whole different section. You can't say that walking into a noble's house and being treated like a princess, whether you are or not, with an unhanded foot, isn't something that everyone should enjoy.
and she kind of makes it look like, to each their own.
That's what I know of the location. The rest was just banter.
All right, so there's a trial of some kind. There's schools and gas, so another type of dead people area. What kind of people have been sent there?
All manner of rogues looking to crack a vault. Many of them on their own. Many of them never returning.
Many or all?
Well, I mean, not all of them. Just because of its location, people could have come from Dustcross returned, but no one that has come to Shroudlight has returned to Shroudlight.
I see. So are there people from outside the Shroudlight who have been there? And
Oh, there's a potential.
perhaps become more?
The potential Dustcross is not that far. But, again, those that would delve into from Dustcross, many which have died, from our knowledge, are still unable to, sort of, why would they would not come here all the way, to go somewhere that's equidistant.
You have a point. All right. And she kind of looks like she looks up to herself. I never did get your name, sir.
My name is Keltix. Keltix.
Mr. Keltix, thank you so much for your patience with me.
I do have one question, however, if you would indulge me.
Of course.
What of this city do you know? Concerning, well, lineage.
What of this city of Shroudlight?
Yes.
Sadly, all I know is what I've figured out since coming here. I know very,
nothing of
very
history.
little. Unfortunately not.
Hey, Martha. Well, my dear, you're kind. And you actually watch him, like, lift 2 fingers, and the door behind you shuts. But he does it in a way that's to make sure no one walks in, not to lock you out. No, there's no locking noise. He says, well, my dear, you're kind, the nobles. They were, how do I say this without offending you? Harsh
Please,
bastards to the poor. They took every ability of theirs to stomp them into the very ground, sealing even just such a grape landed, well, a woman in jail. That woman, I assume you've met Jared.
Unfortunately.
He's a much better man than you probably give him credit for. He also was the man to kill every one of your kind. All of the nobles. He, myself included, is stomped into the ground. Whatever coin we had in this harsh climate was used to make their life extremely easy, while the rest of us suffered. Most of us lived in lean-tos and tents below the tracks that you came up here, the ramps to this island. And as you can see, it's much nicer up here than camping in the middle of the desert, between, well, the predators and such. But when they took his wife for stealing but a grape, they drug her off to Dusk Cross. They imprisoned her there. She gave birth to a boy. Then they took him from Jared. That was the final straw. The Black Rose.
Looking visibly angry at this point.
The Black Rose, well, they exist south of here, in the more noble of lands, did not disagree with his method. And in a single night, they took the city and they've held it. Ever since. Armies have come here, my dear, trying to liberate the city. And they have fallen. We watched. It's been better for the people. Well, I said he's not a good man. He's a man that is even. He likely knows of your heritage, but you pose no threat. You did no wrong. However, stay away from the poorer districts. There were notices of your disappearance. We wouldn't want you actually getting hurt by someone just trying to make coin.
Indeed. And thank you very much. This Mr. Jared, do you know what happened to his son?
He was taken and placed into the family. From there, the story ends, at least on our end. With the public knowledge. I'm sure the Black Roses that found him were the like. His other children, though, the older children, 2 of them reside here, and one is either a right or a left hand of the organization in each city south. His family is the Rose through and through.
I cannot say I blame any one of them for being angry. It's not how you treat people. They're not pawns.
However, south of here, dear, the people are very much pawns. You understand now why the city and the dragon understands the necessary evil that lurks in these streets. You've seen no crime.
Dragon?
Yes. You know of the brass dragon. Do you not?
I met him once.
Ah, magnificent creature, is he not? I've seen
How
him.
did...
Not who he is in the town. That still remains a mystery. But I've seen his magnificence.
She looks flabbergasted. Yeah. But there's blue dragons here.
Ah, the ancient enemies. They've been fighting over this before nobles existed, my dear. This desert has always been their battleground.
So there's war between blue and brass?
And brass, of course. My dear, they're enemies from birth. However, for the majority of the time, they leave us out of their squabbles.
Mr. Jared came into the tavern last night offering quite a hefty sum of gold for information.
The 1,000,000 gold bounty.
Yes.
Oh, that's been a standing one, my dear. That has been around for, well, since they've taken the city. Can't tell you why. I couldn't tell you why. It's not something he shared with any of us. Everyone has their own idea of why. I mean, my personal guess is power. If he knows each of the dragons' identities in this city, then, well, my dear, he could easily leverage either one of them.
So, you mean to tell me that both sides have humanoid counterparts here in the
yes,
city?
the blue one is around as well.
How would you know if you were looking at a dragon?
You wouldn't. That's the scary part.
Oh.
It could be any one of us. And he goes, even you.
She kind of laughs at this and she's like, oh, that's not likely me. From what I understand, the dragons, they like living in luxury.
However, it's always a good ruse.
She kind of looks like you have a good point.
Well then, my dear, I believe you shouldn't be on the streets by yourself so late. I would suggest you make your way back. You are an easy target.
Is it alright? It's true. Do you have a scarf for perhaps my face and where I can get...
grabs a scarf and just throws it to you. And says, however, I believe the, what time is it? Nope, the Winking Raven might still be open. But, it's across the bazaar.
I'm fast.
Yes, I would hurry.
Thank you so much for your information. Is it alright if I come back for the last one tomorrow?
Oh, potentially. It all depends on how busy I am, my dear.
Of course, I would not want to intrude. Thank you so much. And she actually bows. To the point where he can't actually see her face anymore.
And then we're going to transition and we'll do yours again.
Okay, cool.
Did Sefri have anywhere else she wants to go before we go to North? She wants to go anywhere.
Aside from her normal standard healing, she will be, I guess, as before, wandering around the old rapier, kind of like how she did before.
Oh yeah, she's kind of... So she walks into the old rapier and...
if anything, to specifically check to see the people that she had actually healed the day before, sort of like a follow-up appointment.
Are you going to go back to that house?
Yeah, actually she will.
Okay. So, give me a survival to see how quickly you find it.
Nat 20!
She GPS's the thing. She pulls out a magical GPS and follows the directions. She makes sure she even sets it on foot, the on foot thing, so that she can not have to take all the streets.
Yep.
As you stand before the door.
Okay, she knocks very carefully as like it's Freya.
There's one voice from inside. Come in.
She very carefully kind of pushes open the door and sort of sticks her head through.
The room is empty except for an older man.
Is he one of the...
You would recognize him as one of the people that you helped.
Okay, she's like, oh, good. I'm glad to see you're still doing well. I just came to check up on you and see how everybody was doing. Nobody's here.
No, thanks to your quick and feverish healing, my dear. They're mostly out trying to rub together 2 coins to feed themselves.
Oh. You know I can make food, right?
Yes, but eventually you leave.
This is true. How are you doing? Are you okay?
Oh, my dear.
I mean, I know you're old, but...
It is simply the age that is keeping me from running about the streets like a spring chicken.
Ah, I see. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. I just came to check, like I said, on everyone and make sure that they were okay. I'm guessing that things are fine. If hopefully they're bringing you back something to eat.
They usually do. Albeit we're not family, we act as such.
Good. Do you know of anybody else that requires the attention of a healer?
He kind of chuckles softly and he goes, "My dear, probably every house in the street. In this district."
I can go start knocking.
By all means, they would probably love it.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anything you needed?
To scrub my brain free of the Trinity.
They serve their purpose, my dear. They serve their purpose.
I'm truly sorry. I'm not into the whole fleshy thing. I don't do that. That's not what I do.
Of course it's not. Look at you.
And you can see she's this like brilliant red.
There's no need to be ashamed that it's not your thing, my dear.
It's just
like healing isn't mine.
I know. It's just I'm trying to find out more about this city that I find myself in, especially if I'm to know the people better that I'm supposed to be healing.
My dear, I've been here for 93 years.
93?
Yes.
I'm gonna insight check that.
He is a human male and he looks old as shit.
I'm gonna insight.
He's been here for 93 years.
Holy shit. Okay. She actually looks quite surprised at this, and says, "That's quite remarkable, if only because I've spent my life around poor people, and they normally do not live past the age of 50.
Oh, I'm aware. And I wouldn't have either. But the man who brought you here is good to us.
Jared.
Yes.
How is he? I mean, I understand that he cares.
He's not a good man, understand?
No, he's not. Man. He scared me yesterday.
He does that. But he cares. For the city. Even the shit-ass condition it's in.
What happened? How did he become who he is? I don't...
The rogue or the man who runs this place? They're two totally different stories.
Oh, both, I suppose. If you have time to tell them both?
He motions to a chair. He's sitting on his bed, but he motions to, it's probably a chair that, even at first look, you're like, is it going to hold me? Is it not? Okay, I'll try. Just because it's, it's
she has
very
mending.
Squalid.
She will actually mend it. Make sure that it won't.
He chuckles and smiles. Well, thank you for that as well. He looks at you and says, "It's the rogue, a young boy, born on the streets, no parents. Why wouldn't he turn to a life of crime? He couldn't better himself any other way. He wasn't born with noble blood." He simply looks at him and says, "You understand that, well, it's not an issue here anymore. If you travel south, people die for looking at nobles the wrong way. His wife, pregnant with the youngest, was stolen for a grape." He actually pulls out like a shriveled grape, not quite a raisin yet, and says, "For something this small, this, to them, insignificant amount of money, but to one of us, it could keep us alive even for about an hour more." He says, "They took his wife, imprisoned her while pregnant, and then took his child from him. He lost it. He absolutely lost it. He got in bed with the already established Black Rose, which was an assassin and thieves guild south of here. He knew the city better than the nobles because they didn't pay attention. Between those members and the rest of us who took up arms against the nobles with him, well, they didn't stand a chance.
She kind of brushes some of the sand off her dress and folds her gloved hands together with, of course, surprisingly a bit more agility than she had the last time she was there. I try not to judge people who come to me for healing, the reasons why they come to me for healing. I've spent my life working with the poor. I came from a poor household myself. I suppose when you have nothing else, when you have everything taken from you, I can understand why the loss would drive someone to do as they do. I mean, I lost everything myself, but in that moment I also found the thing that was my greatest treasure.
And he found his, my dear. He took his wife back, albeit without his youngest son. He took his wife
The youngest, that means he has others, though.
Yes, he has. I actually took my notes so I can give you the right amount. I don't want to lie. I don't want to give you the wrong amount. Stand by. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Holy crap.
He has 6 children in total, though missing 2 of them. The one stolen from him. And the youngest female. She did not turn to her, as elders call it, her family's life of crime. She lives somewhere in the south, married to a noble herself. However, he's not the only member of his family here. His twins, Kale and Hetty. The older, Kale, is a boy. The younger is a girl. There is right and left hands here. Actually good kids, everything aside.
I honestly don't know what else to say. I'm not happy with the fact, and I'm incredibly troubled at the fact that he would use fright, basically to scare someone into giving something that he would need. Of course, it's not my path, and I really shouldn't.
He looks with almost like a fatherly gaze at you and says, "My dear, you said you come from a poor family in a different city.
I do.
Have you witnessed crime?
Yes.
People killing each other in the streets over stupid things that, while it might be stupid to us, that could be potentially what they need. Do you witness that?
For some strange reason, I've always been spared that.
And you've been spared it here because it doesn't happen. Fright is a powerful tool when used correctly. I'm not asking you to accept our way of life, because I doubt you stay here for the rest of yours. But it is our way of life, one that has benefited all those who live.
Can I ask you something else?
Of course. You
Why
healed my family.
are there no temples here?
There are a few. Hidden. Not lavish. Again, this was once a great lake. There was multiple cities. It's hard-pressed to give faith to people when the gods take everything from you. Shroudlight used to be connected by bridges, my dear. Much before my time. It expanded. It was a beautiful city once. Before the gods took it all away from us. Not me per se, I'm only 93. Thousands and thousands of years ago. The water disappeared. The lands broke. People vanished. Others turned into horrors.
Does anyone know why these things happened?
The gods have never seen it fit to tell us.
Interesting. Now you said there were two types of Jared. There was the rogue and...
The rogue of the many is now. The leader. He's defended us. He brought you to heal us. Albeit when there is medicine, he gets it for us. They're rubbing together coin. My family's likely doing a small job in terms of just either whether it be repairing or helping out another family, and Jared will give them food to survive. Everyone works together. Otherwise, we all perish.
I suppose you have to in an environment that is as harsh as this one is.
And that we do. He just kind of looks to Suffering and goes, "My dear, I hope I've answered all of your questions."
Enough, at the very least, to ease my troubled mind.
You eased my troubled body. I'm glad I could ease your troubled mind.
So the smile, of course, returns to her face. And she says, "Can I get you anything while you're here? Or while I am here, I should say.
My dear,
Is there anything I can fix?"
He motions to his little water jug. He goes, "To be fair, we've lived with less. There are other families who could greatly use your talents. Knock on any door in this hall. There's probably someone sick or dying."
I will see what I can do then.
He smiles and kind of leans back in his bed.
Okay, so she gets up and, waves enthusiastically.
Yep.
Glad to see that you're all right. And she tucks herself out the door.
Yeah.
She sees herself out.
Yeah, she sees herself out. He wasn't gonna be able to make the walk across. So.
Yeah, no. That's fine. So she'll basically do as he has said, and basically, knock on doors.
Yeah, which that'll probably be where she ends for the rest of the night. Going house to house until she's spent, and then probably going back tomorrow.
Probably.
Knowing Sefri. All right, I'm gonna take Sefri out. Mirth, welcome.
Hey.
Is there anything you would like to do in the recon information, anything along those lines in the city tonight?
You can also
Wish
buy
I-
things if you want to.
I wish I knew where the others were.
A number of people are going out. People are trying to get information about everything. Basically, what would Mirth investigate? That is your best course of action.
He would try to find. This is probably a very stupid idea, but he would try to find where the Black Roses call home.
Okay, how is he going to go about doing that?
He would try to, try to see if he can identify members and try to see, like, kind of
You're going
follow,
roof running.
see, basically.
Okay. Yeah, so Mirth kind of makes his way out into the streets. Again, at this point, it's not as crowded as it was before. The streets were really packed when they started. They're dwindling down, but there's still a good number of people up. You kind of bang down an alley, and you make your way up to the roofs. That being said, roll me an acrobatics or athletics to get up top. See how adept Mirth is. Yeah, quickly makes his way, kicking from point to point. You're kind of on the roofs. You notice that now that you're up here, you notice that there's a couple people hanging out. Generally on balconies just below you. But so I need 2 rolls from you. I need a stealth roll, and I need actually 3 rolls. I need a stealth, perception, investigation. 29. A 12. Okay. You have a little bit of a hard time getting your angles. And then investigation. Okay. Yeah, you definitely recognize quite a few members walking amongst the crowd. You're just going to kind of follow them for a little bit. Mirth?
Sorry, muted.
You notice quite a few members walking about for your advantage.
I wanted to really see if there's a place they're coming from and going to a lot.
Yeah, so you track them for quite a bit. Running along, mind you, you're not able to stealth all the time, but you're able to kind of move from cover to cover and keep the best of your abilities out of sight for the most part. You end up seeing 2 guys that look like they're the point of contact for a number of other members. So is those the guys you're probably going to follow now? Instead of the runners? Okay. You are following these 2 individuals. They're heading down towards kind of the bazaars area. Give me another stealth.
Okay. 27.
Either way, yep. Okay. You kind of duck back a second as they both kind of look up and are scanning the rooftops. Give me a perception check.
Oh.
10. Still enough because your advantage. They almost blend into the crowd really well. You still get a light on them. However, you see a number of other people moving around, almost following them along the rooftops.
Okay.
What do you do?
Is it?
I mean, you know there's other people on the roof, which will have an easier time of spotting you. The 2 on the floor don't notice you. No one at this point has noticed you that you're aware of.
If there are people following them, I would like to. My 2 thoughts are either no, because then they have you trying to see me. Try to hang back and follow the people following them. Stay behind them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you do. You kind of are able, again, with your previous stealth roll, to follow them down to what looks like on the far end across from the Merchant District. It looks like it was once noble estates, but they're pretty much in ruin. There's one house that the main, like what would be considered the mansion, is in rubble. However, what would seem to be like servant's house has a flickering candle on. From your vantage, there's no way to get on the roofs. You would have to drop down to get closer. However, you notice that before entering, as they kind of open the door, and a number of the guys kind of post up along the wall, they pull off their head wraps, and a young man and a young woman enter. No more than 30, 8 years old, either of them.
Okay. Is there windows on this building?
On that building, yes, but in terms of looking from where you are, there's not very many good vantage points. I will let you roll into perception, just understand the DC side.
Potential 1.
Yeah, you just can't help but you just can't get in between the flickering of the candle and the way that the window is. You're just about to get up here inside, and all you see is a hand pull a like a curtain or a drape across. So that's all you get.
I guess the only two options would be to turn back or approach. So,
I will tell you that there is, from what you can see from the previous ones, and what is, you don't have to roll because of, they're out in the open. You can see stuff standing in the middle of sand. There's at least 10 guards that you count down there.
All right.
So do you want to return or do you want to press your luck? Or what do you do?
If I had more people with me, I would press, but...
Okay, so you're returning back to the tavern?
I want to go to a place that sells armaments.
Okay, yeah, so you kind of run back across. Give me a stealth check for leaving. Not against the guards, because the guards can't see you. You're in total cover. Mirth is the wind. Yeah, you make your way down. You even find a sort of like a pole to kind of like slide down into, and you kind of approach into the bazaars. For the most part, they're starting to be packed up, but definitely enough time for you to get a quick little shopping thing in.
Would you like to buy 2 daggers?
Just regular old plain old daggers?
Yep.
Yeah, you're gonna pay the double. I think it's 4 gold each total. So it'll be 8 gold total. You get yourself 2 daggers.
All right.
If the price is different, I'll let you know. But I think it's 2, so double because you're an outsider.
All right.
Yeah, you're easily able to get 2 daggers. They seem balanced enough. Quick first glance, nothing special.
It's fine. I just want some extra daggers so I can throw them.
Yeah, you usually get those. After that, you're going to be heading back to the tavern, or you have more things to do. I'm going to switch turns, but
I'll try to think of something.
Okay, I'll keep you in for now. We got Ileana. Ileana, what are you doing?
She would touch her ring and tell the people that have green pearls about what she found.
Is she gonna head back to the tavern, or should I want to do any more investigation?
Investigation, but I don't know what it would be.
I mean, we can enter for tonight, and you guys can add. Like, you can end yours, and then you guys can all share information. And if you want to do another investigation one, we can always do more.
Okay.
Okay. So Ileana's done. Varessi, you were heading to the tailor, who's about to close up shop.
Okay.
You
So
walk
she's
into
put-
the Winking Raven.
Mhm.
Small shop. The number of fine fabrics you see are there. They look like some of them are being pulled in, put away for the night. Inside, you see Diana, a younger blonde human female, almost short but well kept hair. She looks and says, "Oh, my lady, enter, enter. We're still open for just a bit more time."
She smiles gratefully. Oh, thank you. I was trying to find my way here.
Oh,
And she
the city can be.
clicks off her boost of swiftness.
She looks. She says, "The city can be very confusing to outsiders."
Indeed. And it's actually part of why I am here. I don't want to appear any more like an outsider than I already am.
Oh, you wish to blend slightly better.
Please.
Well, my dear, I can do amazing custom things. My issue is how much do you want to stand out or fit in?
I would prefer to just fit in.
Oh, of course.
Nothing too fine. I would prefer just common clothes, perhaps. Nothing too terribly fancy. I'll be stopping back for that. Perhaps if I manage to survive everything as a celebration.
You must be one of the new people. Delving into the... Well, I guess it's not death anymore, but... death enough.
And she kind of looks like she gives up a face like I've seen things.
She walks up to you with like a what you would. She's about to do like a fitting, and she looks at you. Don't mind, do you?
She looks like she almost out of habit, like puts her arms out. She's like, "Oh no," and then she like puts her arms out like she's
quickly just measures out and says, nothing custom, just regular clothes. They want them to hang a little bit off so that you blend in better."
Yes, and I would like something to cover my face, please.
Oh, of course. She comes out after a few minutes with like a package and says, "These will do just fine for you." It includes the face wrap.
Yes, and will this also cover my hair?
As long as you tuck it in.
The thing stand out.
As long as you tuck it in, it will.
Thank you so very, very much. And how much is this?
There'll be 3 gold, please.
Of course. And she hands over the 3 gold pieces.
Give me a perception check over your side.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You can do it.
I don't believe in myself at all.
You can do it.
Even with the quick and kind of flustered as you're running, you know some of the dresses and garments on the walls of this place are absolutely stunning. What she can do with a needle and a thread and a little bit of time is amazing.
Oh my. What did you say your name was?
Diana.
Diana. Oh, I'm finally getting a look at some of your wares here.
She kind of like smiles, says, "However you want it to be common."
I can still admire an art form when done so beautifully.
Well, then I hope you survive. Maybe I can make some real coin.
If you could. I have a feeling that even if I don't survive, she kind of smiles to herself, a companion of mine is likely to survive.
Well, I mean, potentially, right?
Potentially. Brown hair, yellow eyes. She puts her hands up about here. A little bit taller than her, like 5'11" roughly.
She looks at you and goes, "My dear, just bring him in and I will give him a proper fitting."
I want to surprise him.
Oh, that's fine. Just tell him we're going to make him some of those.
You're a genius. Thank you. Let's just hope he believes
she,
me.
she nods.
I will most certainly be back here. Now I just need a weaponsmith. Hopefully, just before they close. Anyone nearby?
My dear, they are probably all closed by now.
All right. I hope to everything that I get to see you later.
Of course, I'm always here.
She nods and she takes the package, and she kind of holds it to her. She's holding it to her chest, and she clicks back on her boots of swiftness, and she kind of hightails it back to the tavern.
To the tavern. Okay.
Yeah.
Winter or Sever didn't have anything else, right? I'm just gonna double check.
I don't think either of them had any other things to be doing.
Mirth, did you come up with something?
Again, this is probably very stupid. I'm probably getting myself killed. But I want to look into our friend, the man in the mask.
You want to look into Garrett?
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Well,
Okay.
I'll go into the tavern. I'll see if he's in his room. See if I can tell if he's in his room.
Yeah. Apparently, you would note that his door is locked. He is in his room.
Okay, then never mind. Then if he's in there,
Yeah.
no, I'm not.
He is currently asleep. However, I have access to his character sheet.
He probably has ridiculously high passive perception, so.
Not the highest, but yes. He loses that to Berlin.
Everybody loses perception.
If
Yeah,
he's in there,
actually,
I'm not going to bother at all.
I will tell you if you are looking for information on this man. And there are many about. Namely, you would have heard in the gatherings and talkings that there are a few people with ties to that man. There is, even in the time you were in the tavern with the general NPCs that are around there drinking, because the tavern is more than just the adventurers. There's sometimes NPCs in there talking. You would have heard that Roland and Garrett didn't always get along. They had quite a massive, almost one-upsmanship for a while, and that there was always eventually these two were going to kill each other. You know enough about either man that if that is the situation, they're going to try and learn as much as they can. What
They're
you
going to
know,
do what?
learn as much as they can about the other person.
Uh-huh.
You've watched Roland fight as well. You would know that when Roland came back, as Mirth was around, he arrived with his sister, Crystal, her husband, Leoris Bogle, who was there. You also know, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Winter. You also know that Winter has worked with Garrett before. I don't know if that was told to Mirth.
Yeah, Winter. Yeah. I mean, Winter. Yeah, Winter does work with Garrett. Crom has also worked with Garrett. You may have actually seen both Mr. Red and Shay coming out of the Crooked Rook at any given point in time.
So
there's
ways to gain information without potentially escalating this into a fight. Which is the potential escalation of
Just come talk to Winter. Damn it. Just come talk to Winter.
No, that's the thing, though. I didn't know that you worked for him before, but I do know that you're close to Mr. Red, and I know Mr. Red's close to Garrett. That's why I didn't come to you first. That's why I went, out of all my short list of people I trust, I went to Crystal first.
But did you ask for information from Crystal? Because Crystal would have asked Roland. Crystal hasn't asked Roland to give him information.
Well, I asked her to, I told her, it was the day after the dragon.
Yes.
I met the dragon. And I told her about, I basically told her everything about the Black Rose, and they're looking for a man in the mask.
Yes.
And he was
Roland
like,
said it's probably Garrett, knowing Garrett, and said, have a conversation with him. Is what Roland said. Talk with the man. So when Josh is on, have a conversation with Garrett. Pull him aside. He won't kill you for words. He will kill you for snooping. He will not kill you for words. That was Roland's advice. And
Okay.
that's what
Winter
struck
would
her.
actually tell you the exact same thing. Basically, just talk to him. Don't go snooping around his shit. He'll kill you for it.
All
Just talk to him.
I rather like Murph's character. I'd rather not see him die.
I like Murph too.
So that being said, is what else Murph has? You are technically the last one on the list.
That's it.
All right. So at this, we will say goodbye, Twitch.
Bye, Twitch.
Hi, Twitch.
Goodbye, Twitch.
Sefri went to the Trinity.